аплодисменти за тях. Tonight, been a minute since I heard the song. Ooh, I might get drunk tonight, 'cause the feeling's coming on too strong.
Скъпи приятели, тази годишното експо съдържа 40 щанда, представители на ученици, студенти, както и на бизнеса от Русе, Разград и Силистра. Може да се насладите на щандове, които са позиционирани в фоайето и в голямата зала на Канев център. Намираме се на щанд номер 1 на математическа гимназия Баба Тонка Русе, където са представени учените компании Биофон, Биохайкинг, Вектор 9, КАФ Еко. Тук учениците от математическата гимназия, които участват за пети път на нашето Иновативно Младежко Експо, ще ви запознаят с техните иновативни разработки, които правят в математическата гимназия. Щанд номер 2 е на професионалната гимназия по облекло Метка Иван Лазарова от град Русе. Тук ще видите интересни разработки и скици на иновативни и съвременни облекла. Сега ще попитам една от девойчета тук от училището, какво точно ни презентирате тук на този щанд.
На нашия щанд най-често демонстрираме изработки на модели, които наши ученици са направили и след това са ги разработили в модели.
Добре, доста интересно. Ние преди малко видяхме едно иновативно облекло, предизвикано от пандемията от COVID, така че благодарим ви, че сте с нас. Заповядайте да ги пустите тук на сцената пред Канев център.
По-далеч така ще говоря.
На щанд номер 4 са позиционирани професионалната гимназия по икономика Елиас Канети, които ни презентират един интересен проект EcoSchool. Кой ще ни разкаже малко повече?
Значи занимаваме се с изкупуване на хартия и пластмаса вече рециклирани, сглобяваме нашите компоненти за продуктите, след това ги брандираме по този начин и инвестираме в монтиране на машини, тези, които задвижват се механично благодарение на колело. И когато ги монтираме в училищата, съответно искаме да обучим младото поколение на едни по-добри екологични навици за едно по-добро екологично бъдеще.
Страхотно, доведете се на Екоско и бъдете кул! Тук зад мен са и средното училище по преподаване на немски език Фридрих Шилер. Здравейте! Какво ни презентирате вие?
Ние сме компостера, храна започва и нашата идея е да оползотворяваме хвърлената храна, защото тя е много. Нашата идея е да събираме органични отпадъци от ресторанти и супермаркети, да ги компостираме, да добавяме активатор на бактериите от биоактив компанията и така да създаваме един уникален по себе си продукт, защото няма такъв още разработен никъде.
Страхотно, благодарим ви, че вие сте част от Иновативното Младежко Експо. Тук на щанд номер 5 може да се запознаете с техният иновативен проект за храна за почвата. Тук се намираме и на щанд номер 8 на факултета по обществено здраве и здравни грижи, катедра обществено здраве. Кой ще ни скаже малко повече?
Ние сме от катедра кинезитерапия и нашата цел е към профилактика и лечение към заболяванията, но най-вече към профилактика. На видеото представяме техниките, средствата от кинезитерапия, като лечебен масаж и апаратен масаж. Тук правим след пост-ковид терапия на пациент с вибрация на бял дроб. Казва се дренажна позиция за отхрачване и от следващата пневмония, която е имал пациент с COVID-19. Както на Запад, така и в България, едно от най-важните неща, които държавите отпускат средства, това е профилактиката. И точно кинезитерапията е едно от тези неща средства, като целта е човек да се предпази от болестта, отколкото по-добре да се лекува от нея. Колкото по-добре е развита имунната система и организма е податлив на дразнители, толкова той е по-здрав. И също така и COVID-19 ще може да изкара по-лесно. Не е така тежко.
Благодарим ви. Тук може да се запознаете и с възможности за обучение в специалност кинезитерапия и специалност ерготерапия на щанд номер 8. А непосредствено до тях се намират и катедра здравни грижи, отново от факултет обществено здраве и здравни грижи. Те са представителите на специалностите акушерка, медицинска сестра и лекарски асистент. Момичета, какво сте ни представили вие?
Добър ден! Ние представяме сухото къпане днес. Подбрали сме продукти, които са изключително иновативни за тежко болни пациенти и такива с влошена хигиена лична. Тези продукти улесняват изключително много ежедневието на хората, които се грижат за своите близки или на колегите, които са в болница, полагат грижи за тежко болните пациенти там. Това са препарати, с които се почиства кожата и те са без изплакване, без отмиване. Това са изключително удобни шапки, които се поставят на главата и след няколко минути масаж косата е мокра, освежена, със страхотен аромат. Продуктите увлажняват много добре кожата, тъй като знаем, че дезинфектантите изсушават в случая тези продукти и увлажняват, освен че хигиенизират. Имаме ръкавички, кърпи, мокри кърпи. Да.
Добре, благодарим. Тук също така може да се запознаете и да споделите, да получите полезна информация от нашите колежки и колеги от специалностите, които се обучават в катедра здравни грижи. Благодарим ви. И ако искате да ви измерят кръвното, можете отново да заповядате на щанд номер 9. Разбира се, катедра физическо възпитание и спорт също са позирани тук с последните им успехи от Националната универсиада, която се проведе в град Стара Загора преди няколко седмици. Тук е ръководителя на катедра. Здравейте!
Здравейте на всички!
Какво ще ни кажете? Как се развива спорта в Русенския университет?
Спорта в Русенския университет се развива на високо ниво. Тази година участвахме в Националната универсиада в град Стара Загора. Имаме завоювани отличия по доста от видовете спорт.
Добре, благодарим ви. Може да се запознаете тук на входа на Канев център с постиженията от последната една година.
Сега се намираме на щанд номер 23, филиал Силистра, учебно-изследователска лаборатория, културно-историческо наследство. Кой иска да ни разкаже малко повече за вашата дейност?
Здравейте на всички! Ние сме от филиал Силистра и тук сме за да представим всички специалности, които се изучават в Силистра. И имаме нещо много интересно. Това е за 130 години педагогическо образование в Силистра. Този филм е направен от изследователската лаборатория в Силистра, която се води от студенти. Информацията не може да я видите така навсякъде. Това е един синтезиран филм, който ще ви даде много богата информация за това как е било образованието в Силистра, какво е било, как се е преподавало, кои са учили там. Наистина ще обогати вашия мироглед и ще ви научи на много неща. Самия филиал представлява една фауна от много добри преподаватели. Споделям го това като един възпитаник там и който го посети ще остане изключително очарован от всичко.
Тук може да видите и изложбата на студентско учебно-изследователска лаборатория културно-историческо наследство, отново към филиал Силистра. Тя е позиционирана по продължението на терасата на сектор Д. Благодарим ви.
Към нея върви и този диск с филма за 130 години от педагогическото образование на Силистра. Благодаря!
Чудесни неща могат да бъдат видяни на щанд номер 23. А сега отиваме и при филиал Разград. Щанд номер 21 и 22.
На щанд 21 е студентският клуб Микробиоарт, които участват всяка година със свои иновативни разработки в Експото.
По този начин събуждаме интереса за нови знания, за повече търсения в областта на микробиологията, на какви хранителни среди да се развиват микроорганизмите, какви пигменти синтезират. И тези рисунки са направени с микроорганизми. Полезни микроорганизми сме използвали, не болестотворни, полезни в смисъл за нас хората, които участват като продуценти в биотехнологиите, в хранителните технологии. Върху хранителна среда става рисунъка, микробните клетки се хранят, размножават и така се визуализират нашите изображения.
Чудесно, благодарим. Ако искате да видите рисунки, направени от микроорганизми, заповядайте на щанд номер 21.
А щанд номер 22 отново е филиал Разград, където е представен студентски клуб наука и изкуство, ръка за ръка. Ще ни разкажете ли малко повече?
Ами в клуба използваме предимно хартия, работим някои пъти с падащи материали и се опитваме от нищо да направим нещо.
Добре.
Обикновено правим изложби по различни поводи, Великден, Коледа, 8 март и така нататък. Това е за клуба, иначе в филиала, както всички знаят, имаме 3 специалности. Технология на храните, биотехнологии и химични технологии.
Тук е директор на филиала, така че ако желаете да научите повече за възможностите за обучение в Разград, заповядайте тук в фоайето на Канев център. Щанд 28 са представители на факултет ЕА и научно-изследователската лаборатория, роботика и вградени системи. Тук имат доста интересни неща всяка година, виждаме и много нови разработки. Ще ни разкажете ли малко повече?
Ами тази година демонстрираме и системата за ранно защита на горски пожари, която работихме с колеги от Гърция и Кипър, която тествахме на природен парк Русенски лом и чрез дронове обходихме природния парк и засичахме дали има пожари. Демонстрираме също така и агробот, който засича вредителите в растенията и заразените растения и на база това, което засича, може да пръска, за да обработва тези растения. И имаме и също нещо ново, робот, който разпознава пътни знаци и на база на тях взима решения за автономното придвижване.
Добре, благодарим ви. Доста интересни разработки. Тук виждам и агробот. Това е също нова разработка. Това ли е роботът, който разпознава знаци? Страхотно. Заправите тук на щанд 28. На щанд номер 20 и е най-новото попълнение в структурата на Русенския университет, а именно студентите, които изработиха нашата университетска ботаническа градина. Така че заповядайте тук, за да ви разкажат повече относно тази наша нова инициатива, която всеки един може да посети в двора на университета.
Така, добре.
Горе на майката.
Разбира се, тук са и клуб автомобилист, които са вторият наш клуб, който участва на състезанието Шел Екомаратон. Виждаме, че вече имат и въртящ се 3D модел на своят болид. Оригиналният болид е презентиран пред входа на Канев център. Тази година нямаше състезание, очакваме до година, предполагам.
До година ще представим отлично с новите разработки, които сме направили.
Добре, пожелаваме успех на Тим Автомобилист, а ние продължаваме напред към щанд номер 13, където са позиционирани факултет Бизнес и Мениджмънт и катедра Икономика, които ще ни представят какво?
Ще ви представим един проект, който на пръв поглед може да изглежда не свързан с спецификата на катедра Икономика. Ние сме икономисти, но ако забележите, този автомобил не само краси, той извършва испанска дейност. А именно използва се за събития, официални, сватби и по този начин имаме някаква възвръщаемост на направената инвестиция. Все пак трябва да вложим нашите знания, умения, за да можем да постигнем един по-комплексен и иновативен ефект. Да, а иначе представеният автомобил, който е реставриран само с оригинални части, е Citroen B11, модел 1934 година. Този модел се произвежда до 1957 година. Представеният екземпляр е един от последните произведени. Моделът е известен с изключително многото иновации, които са внедрени в него през 1934 година. Тъй като те са в синхрон с идеята на нашото експо, си позволя да кажа някои от тях. Предното предаване е представено за първи път в масов автомобил, произвеждан масово, именно в този модел. От 1934 самоходно купе е също нещо ново и непознато до този момент. Повечето водещи марки, като Мерседес, например, са задържали шасито, т.е. по-старата технология, още няколко десетилетия преди да достигнат до това, до което са достигнали Citroen. Добре. Благодаря за вниманието. Приятен ден.
Благодарим. Автомобила може да го видите пред Канев център. А тук на следващия щанд са музикален клуб Афект, ръководител доктор Петя Стефанова. Здравейте и какво сте разработили тази година?
Здравейте! Музикален клуб Афект представя нетрадиционни музикални инструменти и вкуси. Ние работим по проект нетрадиционни музикални инструменти, алтернатива и приложение в музикално-педагогическата практика. Моделите, които виждате тук, са изработени изцяло в онлайн среда. Това са озвучени и неозвучени модели на музикални инструменти. Някои от тях можем да чуем как звучат. Нека да видим.
Добре, може да дойдете да чуете на място, не ни се получи експеримента. Тук до тях са и клуб Ритра, които са презентирали техните прекрасни картини и рисунки от последната една година. Може да видите, разбира се, различни видове изкуство. Тук е ръководител на клуба. Здравейте!
Здравейте! Правилно отбелязахте. Всъщност клуба се занимава с създаване на различни произведения на изобразителното изкуство. Една голяма част от тях са картини, а останалата част приложено изкуство. Една малка част от всички тия неща сме изложили днес с цел да презентираме дейността на клуба. Знаете, може би, че и много често благотворителни кампании провеждаме. Днес идеята ни беше наистина само да представим продукция, част от нея, но така изненада за нас е, че отново има интерес към някои от нещата, така че тенденцията си я запазваме, съхраняваме и развиваме.
Благодарим много. До тях са
Сега сме на щанд номер 19, където са аграрно-индустриален факултет, специалност промишлен дизайн. Кой иска да ни каже нещо повече? Разкажете ни за вашата дейност.
При нас имаме разработки на наши дипломанти и тепърва студенти, които ще се дипломират, с разработки на част от дипломните ни проекти. Имаме проект за каравана, за реставрация на каравана, за разработка на панел за електрически бойлер. Имаме дипломен проект за площадка за стрит фитнес, който всъщност вече е реализиран в Русе. Имаме за интериорен дизайн и екстериор.
Ако искате да видите разработки на стрит фитнес, екстериорен и интериорен дизайн, можете да дойдете на щанд номер 19.
И може би един от най-атрактивните студентски клубове е клубът Студентска полицейска академия, който е част от юридическия факултет. Тук виждаме отново позиционирани изключително сериозни макети, държим да подчертаем, на боеприпаси, пистолети. Да, така че ще ни разкажете ли малко повече?
Ние имаме полуавтоматични и автоматични оръжия, изнесени на изложба. Също така имаме и куфарче на криминалистическо куфарче, което съдържа всякакви приспособления за събиране на улики и така нататък, който желая може да заповяда да ги разгледа.
Благодарим много, заповядайте на щанд номер 24. Центъра за трансфер на технологии и интелектуална собственост към Русенският университет е позициониран на щанд номер 8. Тук е и неговият 7, извинете. Тук е и неговият ръководител, доктор Цветелин Георгиев. Здравейте и какво презентирате днес?
Така, презентирам иновативното портфолио, което е за 2020 година, което съдържа актуалните патенти, които са били към 2020. Също така новите патенти, които сме успяли първо да заявим, после да ги регистрираме. След което полезни модели, които са регистрирани от изобретатели от Русенския университет. Иновационното портфолио по-нататък продължава с марки и дизайни, които са регистрирани, като това включва всъщност и хората, които това са го направили, за да им дадем дължимото като старание и желание да разработват нови интелектуални продукти и естествено те да ги регистрират в полза и на Русенския университет и в тяхна лична полза. И тук естествено и маската, която в медиите също беше публикувана. Също така има и календар, който е разработен в Google формуляри, където във всеки един момент може да кажем какво е състоянието на тази интелектуална собственост. Това е обвързано с базата данни, която сме създали през миналата година.
Заповядайте на щанд номер 7, Център за трансфер на технологии и интелектуална собственост, Русенския университет Ангел Кънчев.
А до него е Центърът по предприемачество отново към Русенският университет. Дами, какво ще ни разкажете?
Здравейте, ние сме от факултет Бизнес и Мениджмънт. Аз се казвам Ана Бел и произвеждаме улично осветление и парково оборудване. Колежката Надежда, тя ще каже.
Сектор строителство, занимаваме се с ремонтна дейност и всичко това, което е представено, може да се види на екран.
Добре, благодарим ви. Доста интересни разработки виждаме тук на щанд номер 6. Английска езикова гимназия Гео Милев съвместно с факултет Бизнес и Мениджмънт на Русенският университет представят модул предприемачество за придобиване на профилирана подготовка във втори гимназиален етап. Като тук виждаме интересни неща и презентация. Здравейте и какво ще ни презентирате?
Здравейте, презентираме нашата идея за Центъра за психично здраве и личностно развитие на тинейджери, като там ще има занимания заедно с учители, психолози и други тинейджери, където ще се извършват дейности, могат да се помагат взаимно с актуални тинейджерски проблеми и да ги обогатяват знанията, за да могат да знаят как да продължат за в бъдеще и да им даваме тласък да се развиват като личности.
Добре, много благодарим. Благодарим и на учениците от английската езикова гимназия, че отново с нас на Иновативното Младежко Експо. Факултет Бизнес Мениджмънт е представен и на още един щанд с лабораторията за образование на бъдещето по международния проект Рестарт. Тук виждаме една интересна презентация. Какво ще ни кажете за вас?
По време на нашето обучение през втория семестър, ние сме четвърти курс, се съгласихме да участваме в лабораторията по дисциплината компютърна национална отговорност. Изучавахме основните цели на ООН и тук в нашата презентация може да се спрете да видите кои проблеми сме засегнали през нашия поглед, как трябва да се решат. Изключително ни е интересна презентацията и сме доволни от нашето обучение в Русенския университет.
Благодарим ви, заповядайте на щанд 10А и Б. Английската езикова гимназия е представена и на още един щанд 11Б. Тук виждаме и интересни неща за дегустация. Здравейте, какво виждаме тук?
Здравейте! Предлагаме нашия продукт, където знаем, че проблема с хранителните отпадъци е глобален. Ние измислихме алтернатива за този проблем, като правим брашно от останките от плодовете, ги събираме от фреш-баровете и правим брашно от тях. Тук може да се опитате кекшета от портокалово брашно и от ябълково брашно.
Не знаех, че може да правим такива неща. Благодаря ви, че сте го развили. Може да ги видите на щанд 11Б. Английска езикова гимназия Гео Милев.
Страхотна идея на учениците от английска езикова гимназия.
Но те имат още една разработка.
Да, те имат и още една
Здравейте.
разработка.
Здравейте. Кой ще ни разкаже малко повече за треса ви разработка?
Нашето представлява сайт за кулинарни рецепти и ние ще предоставяме и наши собствени продукти, с които може хората да готвят. Ще има видеа, ще има включен абонамент, който всеки може да плати и така също ще представяме и безплатни рецепти. Всеки, който има интерес към кулинарията, ще може да се докосне до това приятно.
Ама вие в английската гимназия не учите ли само езици? Тук нещо много готвене стана. Добре.
Казва се, че са и добри кулинари.
Да. Бих искала да добавя нещо. Трите щанда, които разглеждате тук, на английска езикова гимназия Гео Милев и факултет бизнес и менеджмент, това е модул предприемачество. Т.е. това е нашия колеж по предприемачество, така че съвсем закономерно е тези страхотни идеи, които те правят, и това са избраните. Значи това са най-добрите три екипа, които специално разработват проектите, и смятам, че на следваща фаза те трябва да стигнат до реализация, за което им го пожелавам.
Успех! Тук не сме идвали.
На щанд номер 5 се намираме. Тук е професионален клуб на социалния работник от специалност социални дейности на Русенския университет. Кажете ни повече за вашата дейност.
Значи ние чрез този клуб предоставяме информация специално за нашата специални социални дейности и най-вече предоставяме информация за клуба на социалния работник. Нашата цел тук е предоставяне на социална работа и социални помощи на хора, които има риск от социално изключване. Нашата цел е най-вече да помагаме на хората, които имат проблеми, и особено в тази обстановка това според мен е най-важно. Да си помагаме един друг.
Чудесни са студентите на щанд номер 5. Заповядайте, за да разберете повече информация за работата на социалния работник.
И останаха само няколко щанда, които не сме представили. Например, това е катедра ИИТ, които предлагат приложения на съвременните информационни и комуникационни технологии в медицината. Здравейте, ще ни разкажете ли малко повече?
Здравейте, това е една умна дреха с вградени сензори, която мери биометрични данни. Аз ли да си го взема? Има вградени сензори отгоре и отдолу, биометрични данни, пулса, брой вдишвания в минута, каданс, брой крачки направени в минута, брой вдишвания, обем на белите дробове при вдишвания, така мери и качеството на съня. Дълбок сън, лек сън, страната, на която сте спали. Преимуществото на тази умна дреха е, че данните са в реално време. Чрез потребата на облачни технологии можете да дадете достъп на лекуващ лекар, на личен лекар да наблюдава вашите показатели. Общо взето, идеята тук е като при смарт устройствата за масова употреба и естествено разликата е, че данните са много по-адекватни и точни. Самата дреха се изработва по мерките на човекът, който ще я носи, тъй като сензорите трябва да залепнат правилно.
Благодарим много. Благодарим. Заповядайте на щанд 27, за да се запознаете с тази революционна дреха. На щанд номер 17 е и клуб СМАРТИНКАТ. Какво ни представяте тук?
Ние сме клуб, който всъщност помага на инженерите да станат, на студентите да станат добри инженери. Тъй като фирмите, които работят с специализирани инженерни софтуери, негодуват, че студентите нямат добра подготовка, ние в нашия клуб ги подпомагаме да станат по-добри в тази област, да работят с специализирани софтуери, специализирани инженерни софтуери, които всъщност се използват в България и в фирмите.
Добре, благодарим ви, така че всеки, който има интерес от инженерните специалности, както и извънкласните дейности, може да заповяда тук на щанд 17. На щанд номер 33 се намира студентска научно-изследователска лаборатория по електроника от факултет ЕЕА. Здравейте и какво ни представяте тази година?
Ами тази година ви представяме LoRa интерфейс. Могат да се измерват температура, влажност, люминесцентност с мултифункционален сензор и в крайна сметка това нещо да се визуализира посредством комуникация ESP32 върху LCD дисплей. Също така мултифункционален контролер на базата на Arduino Duo, обърнат към автомобилната електроника, мултифункционална електронна система за мониторинг и контрол на процеси, като тук идеята е, че посредством базова основна платка с мощен микропроцесор, с FPGA и Wi-Fi модул, ние можем да управляваме различни процеси дистанционно. Също така комуникационна система КАН, която е представена с още две платки, обърната към автомобилната електроника. И последната разработка е на наш студент.
Който желая може да запява тук на щанда да му обяснят. Аз като човек, който не е инженер, почти нищо не разбрах. Виждам тук едни прекрасни екрани, което е хубаво, че сензорите реално се визуализират. Така че поздравления за разработките и заповядайте на щанд номер 33, за да се запознаете с повече за специалната електроника в нашия университет. На щанд номер 34 е представен проект създаване на технологични предпоставки и изследване на възможности за заваряване чрез триене и разбъркване на алуминиеви сплави. Тук са и представителите на машинно-технологичния факултет. Здравейте, ще ни разкажете малко повече.
Здравейте, това е един така иновативен метод за заваряване на цветни метали и сплави, най-вече алуминиеви сплави. В България все още метода не е развит, не е разпространен. Основно се използва в самолето, ракетостроенето, корабостроенето и те първа по един проект по фонд научни изследвания в нашия университет разработваме такова оборудване и технология за заваряване чрез триене с разбъркване.
Добре, благодаря ви. Заповядайте на щандове 34 и 30, където са нашите колеги преподаватели от машинно-технологичния факултет, включващ специалностите машинно инженерство, строително инженерство, индустриално инженерство, материалознание и технологии и мениджмънт на качеството и метрология. Напомняме на представителите на всички щандове да заповядат да си пуснат талончето тук в нашата томбола, като голямата награда за дадена разработка ще бъде лаптоп.
Права.
Уважаеми дами и господа, сега следва връчване на наградите на университетското състезание по публично презентиране и говорене Inspire – Вдъхновявай. Наградите връчва старши преподавател Елица Георгиева, ръководител катедра чужди езици.
Здравейте на всички! Много се радвам да видя толкова много млади хора в залата. Толкова е хубаво отново да можем да сме заедно. Тази година за първи път катедра чужди езици организира едно състезание, общоуниверситетско състезание по публично презентиране и говорене на чужд език, което ние кръстихме Inspire – Вдъхновявай. Темата на тази годишното състезание беше велики идеи, значими идеи, които са подпомогнали развитието на човечеството. Преди да връчим наградите, бих искала няколко благодарности да изкажа. Първо бих искала да благодаря на колегите от катедра чужди езици за това, че мотивираха студентите да участват. Тази година предимно първокурсници бяха нашите участници, но се надяваме да имаме участници от по-горните курсове в последствие. Специални благодарности на доктор Диана Стефанова и старши преподавател Милена Попова, без които състезанието нямаше да бъде това, което е. Също така благодарности за колегите, които се включиха в журито тази година. Това са професор Диана Антонова, заместник ректор по научно-изследователската работа в Русенския университет, доцент Галина Иванова, заместник декан по научната дейност на факултет ЕА, госпожа Милена Богданова, еразъм координатора в нашия университет, госпожа Елица Бонева, директор на училище Фарус в Русе, която всъщност беше представител на бизнеса. Без тяхното участие нямаше да можем да отличим победителите. Бих искала преди да съобщя имената на наградените да кажа няколко думи за самата идея на състезанието. Целта ни беше да... Нашето вдъхновение за това състезание всъщност дойде от всички тези велики идеи, които са допринесли за развитието на човечеството и са до подобряване на качеството на живот. И в тази връзка бих искала да похваля всички участници с техните идеи. Тук те са прекрасни, вписват се напълно в темата на нашето състезание и всичките са с цел да се стигне до един устойчив начин на живот и преодоляване на проблемите, които стоят пред човечеството в момента, така че поздравления за всички участници. Също така нашата цел беше и да дадем един стимул на студентите да проучат повече и по-задълбочено тези идеи в миналото или пък да представят собствените си идеи, така че да тръгнат по пътя на научната работа и в последствие да представят и свои по-задълбочени разработки. Не на последно място искахме да дадем сцена за изява на всички наши студенти, които са учили, независимо от степените на образование, през които са минали, са направили един чудесен английски език, един чудесен чужд език. И всъщност това трябваше да бъде показано, така че поздравления за тях. С други думи можем да кажем, че се гордеем с нашите студенти. Беше изключително ползотворно за нас да работим с тях и в същото време беше изключително трудно да отличим само 3 победители. Поради тази причина се наложи да обособим и допълнителни награди, което реално не беше нашия първоначален замисъл. За съжаление, не всички от нашите победители са тук, поради различни причини, страх от COVID все още, или изпити, или работни ангажименти. Все пак ще обявим всички победители. Голямата награда се присъжда на Михаела Георгиева от специалност български история, първи курс. След малко ще можем да чуем нейната презентация, 4-те цвята на съвременното образование. Тя ще презентира онлайн. Отново причината е пандемичната обстановка. Втората награда се присъжда на Христо Чукоров от Официално с КСТ. Първи курс. Христо, дали е тук днеска? Предполагам, че след това ще може да се свърже с нас, за да си получи наградата. Изключително интересна презентация, в която се лечеше неговото лично отношение по темата, по която презентира. Третата ни награда е за Марио Николов, отново специално с касете първи курс. Много се радваме да видим Марио на живо. Заповядай, Марио. Да. Да, останете за едната снимка после. Сега като свършим. Освен това, както казах, имахме и няколко специални награди. Гранд При за отлични презентационни умения се присъжда на Николай Райков от специалност ИТБ, първи курс. Неговата презентация беше на тема еволюцията на мобилния телефон. Очакваме го да дойде. Дали е успял? Николай Райков. Все още го няма. Предполагам, че малко по-късно ще може да се получи наградата. Друг наш много отличен участник беше Петър Стоилов, който е тук, докторант от катедра телекомуникации. Петър получи специална молба, специална покана за участие. Първо, защото е отличен презентатор с отличен английски език. Заповядайте. Неговия приз е за вдъхновител. Поканихме го, за да вдъхновява, за да покаже към какво трябва да се стремят и нашите презентатори, и нашите участници в подобни конкурси. Благодарим на Петър за участието. Сега Денис няма, Христина е тук обаче. Да, докато я обявявам. Също много ми е драго да връча наградата на Христина Даракева от специалност социални дейности първи курс. Нейната презентация беше на тема деинституционализиране на домовете за деца без родителска грижа и тя получава специалната награда за най-добре проучена тема. Наистина се личеше нейната това колко много беше прочела, колко много данни беше вложила в презентацията си. Благодаря на Христина за участието. Заповядай. Много ни е драго и ще се радваме да те видим отново на подобно състезание. Благодарим. Очаквахме и Селина Синджо от специалност бизнес и менеджмент. Нейната награда е за презентатор с потенциал, но тя няма възможност да дойде. Също така имахме и една екипна разработка. Кристиян Димитров, Ивайло Енчев и Даниел Николов от специалност КСТ. Знаем, че Кристиян трябва да получи наградите за колегите си и той току-що е приключил изпит. Съжалявам наистина, че не можем да му връчим точно в този момент наградата, но ако дойде Кристиян, ще го помоля да се обади. Това беше и единствената презентация, в която беше направена на Прези. Изключително интересен продукт, крайен се беше получил. Няма я. Денис и Николета. Другите ни наградени са Денис Асенов от специалност Нупче и Николета Горанова от специалност Икономика. Те също получават специални награди. Денис за най-креативна презентация, Николета за най-убедителен презентатор. А всички останали получават грамоти за участие. В момента тук е Петър Мишев. Ще го моля да се качи. Заповядай, специалност софтуерно инженерство, първи курс отново. Много добър презентатор. Следващата година се надявам, че ще бъде със специална награда отличен отново. И кой още? Владислав Николов не е успял да дойде. Забравих. Радолина Христова, Иван Цанков. Да. Иван Цанков също е от специалност ИТБ, компютърни науки, извинявам се, първи курс отново и един много добър участник в нашето състезание по презентиране. Благодарим ти за участието. И Жулиана Георгиева е последният, който трябва да получи от нас своята грамота, но и тя също не можа да дойде днеска. Това, което всъщност следва в момента, е презентацията на победителката Михаела, която ще презентира онлайн, както казахме. Така че ще ви помоля да обърнем внимание на Михаела и нейната идея за 4-те цвята в съвременното образование. Благодаря за вниманието. Извинявам се пак, междувременно виждам, че имаме още участници, дошли да получат своите награди: Кристиян и Николай. Много ни е драго. Така, Кристиян получава 3 награди всъщност, защото да, бяха 3 много добри презентатори. Кристиян, Ивайло и Даниел. От специалност касате, първи курс. Това да се снимаме. Само да...
Тази е неговата, мисля. Да. И 3 награди.
Ето с грамотата и на фона на плаката. Михаела вече е на линия. Сега ще дадем думата. И Николай Райков, който получи нашия грант при за отлични презентационни умения, една от отличилите се презентации на това събитие. Благодарим на Николай, че успя да дойде за наградата. Само ще помолям да се подпишете долу, че сте получили наградата.
Може би една снимка да си направим хем, докато презентира Михаел.
И сега да... Това е втора грешка. Думата на Михаела.
Hello everyone, I'm Michaela Georgieva and I studied Bulgarian language and history in the University of Russia. The theme of my presentation is the 4 colors of modern education. Each color represents one of the main problems not only in the school but in the educational system in general. So, I think that the best decision is to start with my personal school story because I was a student just a year ago. When I was a student, I didn't have any motivation to study subjects I didn't like. Some of the teachers used innovative methods of teaching, but not all of them. So it was very hard to stay focused on the lesson. Also, bullying was part of the school life. It was mainly emotional, but I looked for and I found out my ways of venting out stress. So I can summarize that the 4 main problems in the educational system are lack of innovation in education, lack of motivation, bullying, and student health. And I believe that there is a strong connection between them. The first one is innovation. Innovation is a good tool in education. It is more than a cliche to say that the world is constantly changing. For this reason, students have to be prepared for the changes. Last year was an excellent example of how the world made a 180-degree turn because of the pandemic. And students were not prepared for the changes. They were affected by the disadvantages more than the advantages of online learning. Innovation is defined as the process of making changes to something established by introducing something new. With the emergence of smartphones, e-book readers, podcasts, internet, low-cost computers, and other technologies, comes the opportunity to provide education to build education to assist individuals and communities in places underserved by traditional educational methods. Institutes. Virtually everybody can be reached by educators. But I don't think that innovation is limited to technology. Some of the things that were learned only from a textbook are now finding their practical application. It is good to observe the 50-50 ratio in terms of theoretical and practical knowledge. And I can offer you one good example for innovation in education. The first one is the website Учase. In English, I'm learning. Most lessons are made as videos in which the learning material reaches the students in an interesting and accessible way. And another good example for practical learning is conducting certain events, customs, and others that help students to learn in real-life environment. When I was a student, I took part in a very beautiful spring custom, откриване. I learned a lot of things. It was very fun, and I was very proud of my Bulgarian origin. The next factor is motivation. I think that the secret to staying motivated is simpler than you think, but we should realize that the change in motivation is mainly internal. One can get help halfway, but they should go all the way by themselves. The recipe for motivation is strictly individual, and we should try what's best for us. What I mean by the term difficult times? Well, the difficult times come when a person has started doing too many things in a very short time. There is a good example with the so-called monkeys in the business. You can see them on my presentation. Monkeys symbolize tasks. In the beginning, the person manages to feed and take care of them. But when they become too many, he can no longer do it properly. It's the same with the tasks we set for ourselves. If we set too many tasks at one time, we may lose motivation to do them at all. And I can offer you one super quick way to boost your motivation. There is a model in the business, the SMART one. This means that if you want to achieve something, it is very useful to write for yourself your SMART goals. To make sure your goals are clear and reachable, each one should be specific, measurable, achievable, realistic, and time-bound. When it comes to bullying, it's a public secret that there are too many words, but too little action. Yes, there are various initiatives related to fighting school bullying which are held annually, but I don't think that the problem ends with students wearing just a pink t-shirt. This is only a superficial solution. Building a suitable learning environment is about building healthy relationships between classmates, students, parents, and their teachers. And I think that the psychologist is an intermediary between them, and we shouldn't underestimate his or her role. It is necessary for students and teachers to have a guest psychologist at least once a week or once in a month. There are many games that are made to build trust, break the ice, and improve classroom relationships. But schools can't do this alone. Yes, parents are extremely important, but not only they. Our youth organization and school clubs can contribute to encouraging cooperation between classmates rather than rough competition. And last but not least is the problem with the student health. I have divided it into 4 parts: emotional health, physical health, mental health, and social health. The issue with the emotional health is often underestimated, but the truth is that if a student doesn't feel well in the environment, it affects his relationship with others and his success in school. But I can say that in recent years, there has been a positive change interaction with the physical health because there are more physical education classes, and students are encouraged to eat healthy and to live healthy life. I can't give you a clear recipe for mental health because it's something very personal, but I can offer you my personal recipe for mental health. It consists of books, music, and attending school clubs. The latter are especially helpful because they allow everybody to choose how to improve their state of mind depending on their personality traits. School clubs offer a wide range of activities, from really active ones like folk dancing to more mentally oriented like chess or debates. When I was a student, I took part in both of them. But the problem with the social health is very deep because the social health of society is related to the social health of the students is related to the social health of society in general. Students are a product of this society, but they are susceptible to positive changes. I think that the best decision is to leave everyone to draw their own conclusions. And what are the most successful schools in the world? I have chosen 3 of them: Finnish school, Japanese school, and South Korean school. In the Finnish school, both teachers and students spend fewer hours at school each day and less time in classrooms than learners and educators in other countries. Finnish teachers use the extra time to build curriculum and assess their students. Children spend far more time playing outside, and the results are unexpectedly good. Japanese schools, on the other hand, are known for their discipline and good practical training. And I will share with you something personal. My boyfriend was on exchange in Japan, and he told me how impressed he was with the way children learn to dissect fish in primary school, something that isn't done in the Bulgarian school at all. And I was very impressed by the South Korean school because creative thinking is encouraged, not just memorizing. Teachers focus on complex tasks such as essays rather than multiple choice questions. And now I will share my vision for the perfect Bulgarian school. My vision for the perfect Bulgarian school is a combination of Japanese discipline, Finnish freedom, South Korean dedication, and traditional Bulgarian values in our schools. Do you find this combination impossible? Well, if we combine our efforts and goodwill, we can make a winning Bulgarian model and share it with the world. So, let's make the change. And this is my sources. And if you want to send me something, this is my email. Thank you very much for the attention.
Скъпи приятели, а сега специално за всички вас ще има един музикален поздрав от танцовият ансамбъл на Русенският университет Хармония с ръководител Веси Монова, така че моля бурни аплодисменти за тях. Уважаеми приятели, напомням ви, че днес ще се проведе една томбола с една голяма награда, която е компютърна конфигурация. И ето този чек ще отиде при една от разработките. Така че ако все още не сте си пуснали талончето, напомням, че талончето е за щанд, а не е за човек. Така че заповядайте тук на регистрацията да подадете своя талон, а в краят на днешния ден на експото ще бъде изтеглен и победителят. А сега започва нашето паралелно събитие, което е Best Paper Crystal Prize наградата от научната сесия за студенти, докторанти и млади учени на Русенския университет, която ще се проведе паралелно в залата на Академичния съвет. И също така ви напомняме, че който не си е взел своята кафе пауза, може да го направи от кетеринг залата в фоайето на Канев център в този коридор. Томболата ще бъде изтеглена в 16:30 часа.
Dear participants in Best Paper Crystal Prize, dear guests and participants in Innovative Expo 5, it is a great pleasure for us to welcome all of you in Canef Center for our Best Paper Crystal Prize session for scientific session for students, PhD students, and young scientists. All faculties and branches at University of RUSE had scientific sessions for students, doctoral students, and young scientists. Scientific juries selected best papers, which will be presented today. 17 scientific papers will be presented. Each year, we have more and more papers in our best paper session. I would like to wish success to all participants. Let's start with the first representatives, a Faculty of Natural Sciences and Education, Laura Petkova, and Vesela Michova, application of the Phillips curve to study the relationship between unemployment and wage growth in Bulgaria.
Hello, I will show you the application of the Phillips curve to study the relationship between the unemployment and wage growth in Bulgaria. We will talk about the introduction of the occurrence and what's the aim of the study. I will show you the representation, what exactly is the Phillips curve, the empirical research, and we will summarize the conclusion. Firstly, I would like to show you why this occurrence is important to the Phillips curve. As you know, everyone in Bulgaria is receiving salary if it's working, so the country is deducting taxes from the salary, and this is the main reason for collecting money for the budget. And as much as working employees in Bulgaria, as much salary there will be in the budget. So, on the other side, if one country is having high level of unemployment, or that means on the market for labor, there are a lot of people searching for work, it's not okay for the economy because the country will not deducting taxes from the salaries. There are no salaries, and even must benefit the people for the time they are unemployed. When a lot of people are unemployed, that costs a lot of money to the country instead of collecting taxes for the country's budget. This is exactly the aim of the research, finding the relationship between the quarterly change in percentage of average gross monthly salary and the unemployment rate by quarters in percentage in Bulgaria for the period 2016 to 2020. Just to clarify that when we are speaking of unemployment rate, that means the percent of the labor force that is jobless. And when we are talking about the wage growth, this is a rise of wage adjusted for inflations, often expressed in percentage. Where with the help of the instrument Phillips curve, we will describe the relationship between these rates. The Phillips curve is named after its founder, A. Phillips, and he found the interdependence between the unemployment rate and the change of wages for short term. He found out that when there is increasing in price level with 1 percentage point, the unemployment rate decreases with 2 percentage points. When there is inflation, the unemployment rate drops down. That is the theory of compromises. When we are making analysis, there are two main parts. The first one is the correlation analysis, which shows the degree of dependence between the two variables. And the second one is the regression analysis, which shows the exactly a relationship between the variables. The Phillips curve is exactly a reciprocal regression model, but with negative beta 1 and with positive beta 2. In this study, we will research from the National Statistical Institute of Bulgaria and exactly the quarterly change in the percentage of the average gross monthly salary of the employees and the total unemployment rate at 15 and older by quarters in percentage in Bulgaria for the period 2016 and 2020. So when we are when we process the data with SPSS, it has returned the following tables. The first one is correlation matrix, which shows us the Pearce correlation coefficient. This coefficient shows us the degree of linear relationship between the unemployment rate, marked as X, and the wage growth, marked as Y. And it equals to minus 0.782. The negative number is an indicate for the reciprocal dependence. The second one is the table of common statistics, which for the model, we are seeing the coefficient of determination that is equal to 1.531. And that number mean that 53.1% of the change in the wage growth, marked as Y, depends on the unemployment rate, marked as X. The third table is another table that shows us the adequateness of the regression model. The significance is equal to 0, which is less than level of significance, which is 5%. We are rejecting the null hypothesis, which means that the model is adequate. The coefficients of the model is the next one. From the table, we can see following coefficients: beta 1 and beta 2. And from them, we can make the line of regression. From the same table, we can find the significance of the betas, which is less than level of significance, to both of the betas. That means both of the betas are statistically significant. On the graphic that we are outcome, we could see the regression model describes the data quite well. And the natural rate of unemployment, that's when there is wage growth. The natural rate of unemployment calculated on a dynamic base is the following formula, and in our case on a statistic base, the rate is calculated as follows. That's the graphic from a while ago. And we are seeing the last table, which is test of Kolmogorov-Smirnov for the normality of the residuals. For this table, we can see that the residuals are less than the level of significance, and the null hypothesis is rejected. When the sample is small, we should be considered with some dose of doubt. And we will summarize the conclusions. Correlation analysis was made on a base of which a reciprocal regression model was built. The model is adequate and it draws the data quite well. Regression coefficients are statistically significant at 5% level of significance. And the normally test on the residuals was made, and it was found out that they are not normally distributed. Therefore, when the sample is small, the model that we have made must be considered with some dose of doubt. The last one, conclusion, the model shows us that if the level of unemployment is below 9.45%, the wages are rising faster than the change in the level of unemployment. When the level of unemployment is over 9.45%, then the wages are decreasing at a uniform pace of increasing unemployment. In the studied sample, the level of unemployment for the quarters in years 2016 and to 2020 is below 9%, which shows us that the wages are increasing faster than the change in the level of unemployment. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much to Laura Petkova. Laura Petkova is a doctoral student. Congratulations. Thank you. Next presenter will be Dima Spasova and Valentina Vasilieva, status and recommendations for general and additional assistance for personal development of children and students with severe disabilities from institutions.
My paper is about status and recommendation for general and additional assistance for personal development of children and students with severe disabilities from institution. The problems of inclusive education have been dealt with by various specialists for many years. In the international community, this idea has been rooted since the 19th of the 20th century, while in Bulgaria, only in the beginning of this century, is gained more popularity. Today, 2021, we already have a valid adopted in 2016 Preschool and School Education Act, which regulate the issues of personal development of children, the general and additional support that the child and the student receive. In the context of the new act are included all activities and forms of support that are offered to children and students so they can be included, not interrupt and complete their education. These activities and forms that are based on the values of personal development and inclusive education, support for personal development, building a positive organizational climate, establishing positive discipline, and developing the school community. The article aims to present some of the challenges faced by professionals working with the children with severe disabilities in new residential services in activities undertaken to ensure the right of all children to education. After the broadcast of Kate Bluet's film, action was taken to close the home and take the children to a new type of services, a family accommodation center. Many different experts took part in the process. 5 centers were built, while all children and young people were taken out. In order to guarantee all the rights of children with severe disabilities by the institution, they were enrolled in school. But all the children, the team working with them in the new services on one hand, and the school, the teachers, the system on the other, and the other children and their parents on the other, ready to meet this challenge. These children and young people who lived for a long time in social isolation, mostly in small towns, who had to be included in the education system, which was unknown to them, by the system did not know them either. Because these are children with severe deprivation in which it is difficult to determine whether severe mental retardation described in the diagnosis is due to disability or social neglect and lack of work with various specialists. The inclusion of children with severe disabilities then brought to the 4 several challenges for the education system. Additional support and training for professionals working in the kindergarten and school, so that made the challenge of educating children and young people with several disabilities. The provision and active use of assistive technologies and teaching materials, technologies for alternative communication, and adapted teaching aids. Building accessible physical infrastructure, overcoming the manifestation of discrimination. What does general support for the education system mean? The general support of the level at the level of the system units the exciting types of educational environment in our country: educational institutions, centers for supporting for personal development, centers for special educational support, regional centers for support, and so on. The additional support builds on the current practice of integrated education of children with special educational needs, including support for other specific needs of children. The text addressed the main challenges facing the education system in order to adequately include children with severe disabilities for resident social services. Conclusion: and deinstitutionalization and inclusion of children with severe disabilities in the educational process has come a long and difficult way. Specialists from the social and educational systems work together to meet the needs of children and young people and to provide them with an education. Amendments to the Preschool and School Education Act attempt to meet the requirements of the reality facing both systems.
Thank you very much to Dima
Thank you.
Spasova. Dima Spasova is a doctoral student in Faculty of Natural Sciences and Education. Next presenter, congratulations. Next presenter will be Ivailo Borisov and Simeon Iliev, design of an internal combustion engine with small volume.
Hello everyone, my name is Ivailo Borisov, a PhD student at the Department of Engines and Vehicles, and today I'm going to present a small part of the work that we have done on the topic of design of internal combustion engine with small displacement volume. The design process is relying predominantly on the initial performance goals. First step is choosing some basic parameters that will ensure that the final product meets the initial performance goals. Basic parameters such as the number of cylinders, and their arrangement, working cycle, crankshaft rotational speed, the compression ratio, the maximum rated power, and the type of fuel. Based on the basic parameters and the thermochemistry of the air-fuel mixture, a V-shaped six-cylinder engine was designed with the basic parameters shown in Table 1. The pressure volume diagram illustrates the thermodynamic processes occurring in a closed system. It models the relationship between pressure and volume inside the engine cylinders. In addition, the PV diagram can be used to calculate work done by the system. The area enclosed by the graph is proportional to the work done by the piston. It is created by measuring the pressure inside the cylinder and plotting its value against the volume as a function of the crankshaft's angle. On this slide, we have the engine maps, which are primarily used to document certain operating parameters. The maps can be compared and evaluated on specific engine parameters. Engine maps contain a lot of information based on which an assessment can be derived about a particular engine. Some of the basic parameters as a function of the crankshaft's rotational speed are shown on Figure 2. The crankshaft converts the reciprocating linear motion of the piston into rotational motion. Among the most loaded parts of an engine are the crankshaft's bearings. Forces with very high magnitudes are acting on the bearings, forces which during the operating cycle change intensively. On Figure 3 are shown the polar load diagram of the connecting rod big end bearing, and on Figure 4, the polar load diagram of the main bearing. The most common type of bearings used for this type of application is the journal bearing, shown in the middle right over here. It consists of two parts, upper and lower. This is the upper part, which has an oil groove and a lubricating hole in it. The polar load diagrams are important because based on the information we get from them, we manufacture the oil groove and the lubricating hole in the areas of the bearing where the load is the smallest. And on the last slide, we have an isometric view of the 3D model in the SolidWorks environment. The model is not finished yet. Once it's finalized, the model will be subject to a series of simulations in softwares like ANSYS, SolidWorks Flow, and AVL. I would like to thank all of you for being here today. This is the end of the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much to Ivailo Borisov. He is a PhD student in Faculty of Transport. Next presenter will be Krasen Kanchev and Martin Dianov, development of a quadcopter based on the Raspberry Pi platform. Krasen will present online. I will give this rights. Krasen, please turn on your camera. Okay. You can turn on your microphone.
Okay.
You can start.
Okay. Hello everyone, my name is Krasin Kanchev and I'm here to talk about a little bit about the development of a quadcopter based on a Raspberry Pi platform. First, let's see what is a quadcopter. Quadcopter is a specific type of multi-rotor helicopter aircraft with 4 rotors, which generate lift with moving wings, as opposed to fixed-wing aircrafts. It possesses 4 identical propellers. 2 of them spin clockwise and 2 of them spin counterclockwise to prevent the drone from spinning. What the drone consists of are the drone has motors. The motors are the powerhouses of the quadcopter. They give it the required thrust for it to launch and to reach certain speeds. Electronic speed controllers, which basically they control the speed and direction of the motors. Flight controller, which is basically the brain of the drone. It uses the data gathered by the sensors and calculates the desired speed by the operator and sends the signal to the electronic speed controllers. It also has a battery that powers the whole drone. It has power distribution board, which allows transferring the power from the battery to the electronic speed controllers and motors to generate power supply from. It has frame. Frame is the main body of the drone where all the parts are mounted together, and it also has power transmitter and receiver, which is an electric device that uses a radio signal transmitter commands wirelessly via a radio set frequency over to the radio receiver, which basically gives the power of the operator to control the drone. Here are the parts that we have chosen for the drone used in this presentation. For a frame, we have chosen Totsky SPET 500 quadcopter frame stretch. For motors, we have chosen Raystar brushless motor. For electronic speed controllers, we have chosen brushless speed controllers. For battery, we have chosen ZB compact pack. And for a telemetry receiver, we have chosen turning GIA chassis. Also, with all these parts, we also use the Raspberry Pi. What is the Raspberry Pi? The Raspberry Pi is a low-cost, small-sized computer that plugs into the computer monitor or the TV and uses standard keyboard and mouse. It is a capable little device that enables people to explore computing capabilities. It's like a computer and has more intensive computation capabilities than a standard microcontroller. Also, with combination of the Raspberry Pi, we also use sensor board Navio 2, which basically transforms the Raspberry Pi platform into a powerful flight controller or a companion computer. The Navio 2 autopilot kit for Raspberry Pi is designed for custom robotic projects and is a platform for Linux. It provides all sensors for creating a powerful flight controller with a Raspberry Pi, as I mentioned. It has dual IMU or inertial measurement units for orientation and motion sensing. It possesses a barometer for precise altitude control. It has GNSS or Global Navigation Satellite System, a receiver for a GPS positioning and insertion ports for telemetry radio. To get a better impression of how the components are connected, we provide this picture, which all the components are shown. Of course, here the motors are shown. Here are shown the electronic speed controllers. Near the electronic speed controllers, we have the radio transmitter. Here are shown the Navio 2 and Raspberry Pi combination. Here is the GPS antenna and battery. And here we have a picture of the whole drone mounted to the frame and all parts connected. Also, as I mentioned, that the sensor board Emlit-Navi transforms the Raspberry Pi into powerful controller, but it cannot operate as a powerful as a flight controller until we start the R2Pilot software and configure it on the Raspberry Pi. This is done with a SSH or secure shell client to the Raspberry Pi. After you form a connection with the Raspberry Pi, this picture comes up, and you have to follow the steps to start the autopilot. The first step is to write the command sudo mlet pilot. After you write that command, the second command bar pops up. Here you have to choose the type of vehicle you want. We have chosen copter. After you have chosen your vehicle, you click up the apply button and you already read the step. Then you proceed to the second step. In the second step, you write one of these four codes. We have chosen copter for our vehicle, so we will write the code on the top. It depends on what type of vehicle you choose and what code you choose in the second step. After you write your code in the second step, this command bar shows up. Here you enter the IP of the ground control station you will use and the telemetry of the drone. And then you're done with the second step. And then you proceed to the third step, which is not a mandatory step. The third step is used only if you have if you have changed something in the previous steps. If you have changed something in the previous steps, you write the command sudo system control daemon reward, so the system can restart and it can work properly. After that, you're ready to launch the autopilot with the command system control start Ardocopter, and you can stop it with the command, of course, system control stop Ardocopter. As a ground control station, we will be using Mission Planner. Mission Planner is a ground control station, of course, for plane and copter and rover vehicles. It is compatible with Windows only. It can be used to configure. It can be used for a configuration of dynamic control supplements for autonomous vehicles. Here are some of the things you can do with Mission Planner. You can load firmware into the autopilot board that controls the vehicle. You can set up, configure, and tune your vehicle. You can plan and save and load autonomous missions. And you can download and analyze logs created by the autopilot, and many more things. The drone is tested in a real-time environment, and here are shown functions and graphics of the drone while it was being tested. On the left, we have a graphic of the altitude of the drone. On the right, we have shown the trajectory of the drone. And on the bottom, with green, the green indicates the command that the operator has sent to the drone, and with red is shown how the drone accepts the command and operates it. And this is everything. Thank you for the attention.
Thank you very much, Krasen. Krasen is a student of Faculty of Electrical Engineering, Electronics and Automation. Thank you very much. Congratulations. Next presenter will be Angel Pop-Georgiev with scientific advisor Elica Ibriamova, an interactive system for learning how to determine investment efficiency.
Hello everyone, my name is Angel Pop-Georgiev, and today I'm going to present you papers on topic
interactive system for learning how to determine investment efficiency. So the problem in business is determining investment efficiency. Companies have to determine whether a new investment or expansion opportunity is worthwhile. These opportunities have to be measured and compared against each other. However, there are different lengths, cash flows, and risks. It is known that money today is more valuable than money tomorrow, so future losses from unpromising investments must be avoided. The financial decision makers are tasked with this responsibility, so they need confidence in their decisions. Business analysts can help them with large big data. A survey was concluded on the existing systems. Here we can see on the left side two samples of such systems. Most of the existing systems are designed to calculate only one financial measurement at a time. Few of them are able to calculate multiple. Some provide examples of and explanations as part of the calculation view. Here we can see two more systems. On the left side, we can see that this one is limited to 20 periods, and on the right side, this one asks us about how much periods we can specify, in this case years, and we can calculate, and then the results are shown in a new area. So we can conclude for the existing systems that they have the following pros. They have straightforward interface, they have the ability to select the number of periods, their input fields are restricted to numeric values, and they display the result in a new area after clicking the calculate button. However, they have the following cons. They usually calculate only one measurement. Words must be typed again if the user wants to calculate another measurement. They do not provide visual representation of the result, and the systems do not compare between different investments. So for the project, the following goals were set: to create an interactive system that has a simple and easy to use interface that uses multiple investment measurements, that can handle multiple investments on different lengths, and is able to provide visual representation of the result and can compare between various investments, and has rich explanations about capital budgeting. So this is the use case diagram of the program. Here we can see the user. The user is able to select the interface language because the program is bilingual. It has English and Bulgarian language. Then the user can add, rename, or remove an investment. After that, he can add a period or remove a period, or edit the value of a period. He has access to documentation about these measurements. He's able to save, open, and create a new investment worksheet. And of course, he's able to compute the measurements, which he can view in a sorted list of the promising investments. And after that, he can view details of the specific investment followed by a chart. And of course, he can save the computed measurements to a file. This is the activity diagram between the main interaction between the user and the system. It's a little small, so we're going to zoom in. This starts with the user starting the interactive system. He's going to access documentation. After that, the user is going to input investment cash flow data into the system. While he's inputting it, the system is going to validate the information during the input. And once the user is done, he is going to press the calculate button. And on the other hand, the system is going to check whether the worksheet is empty. If it is empty, it's going to display an error message back to the user, who is prompted to input the investment data again. Otherwise, if the worksheet is not empty, the system is going to continue computing the investment measurements. After that, the system is going to take the top 50 entries for each measurement and display them in a results window. After that, the user is supposed to examine the results window, out of which he can select a single investment from the results window. And if he does, the system on its side is going to calculate details about this investment. Then it's going to use the set details to plot a chart, and then the details in the chart are displayed as part of the results window. And all this is displayed back to the user, who is going to examine the results window again. And if he wants, he can choose another investment. However, if he does not, he's going to close the results window, he's going to save the worksheet for later use, and he's going to close the interactive system. The technology used for this project were Python 3 as programming language, PySide 6, which is Q6 bindings for Python, was used as graphical user interface, and as an integrated development environment, PyCharm Community Edition was used. This is a screenshot of the main window. We can see that the user has buttons to add or remove an investment, add, remove period, and here we have the user added 3 investments, and the user is accessing documentation about the net present volume. Here we can see that the user has unrestricted access to documentation. He can open as many windows as he wants. And of course, here we have more investments added by the user. These ones are 10,000, which I tested and they compute for 36 seconds. And this is the result window, how it looks like. It's divided to two sections. The top one is with the investments, and once the user clicks, the details and the chat is going to update, which is the second section, and the user again has access to documentation on the right side of the screen. As a conclusion, we can say that the system, such as presented here, will provide an invaluable tool for any financial decision maker and learner. Having access to examples and explanations, having visual chart per investment, being able to calculate multiple measurements and comparison between the investment, all this is going to increase understanding, ability, and confidence of any financial decision maker and learner. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much to Angel Pop-Georgiev. Angel is a part-time student in Specialty Computer Systems and Technology, Faculty of Electrical Engineering, Electronics and Automation. Thank you very much. Congratulations. Next presenter will be Veselina Dukova. She will present online. Veselina Dukova with her scientific advisor, Rusi Minev. They will present modern materials and technologies in dental orthodontics. Veselina Dukova, please turn on your camera. Okay, are you ready? Please turn on your microphone.
Hello, I am Dr. Dukova and now present you modern materials and technology in dental orthodontics. What is orthodontics? Digital methods of occlusion examination, the connect between orthodontics and posturology, orthodontics appliance and accessories. Orthodontics is very young discipline, developed especially. It deals with the anomalies of the bite. The bite is occlusion. This is the process of the upper and lower teeth make contact with each other. This is digital methods of occlusion examination. That means test scan. This is software and sensor which diagnostic the occlusion of the patient. We see in the graphic black line is describe of general forces. Red line, change of the forces of the right side of the bite. Green line, we see the change in the forces for the left side. The distance between the red and the green line shows the quality of the occlusion balance. Four vertical timelines, which is weighting the key occlusion function. Line A, first occlusion. Line B, static. Line C, it's occlusion beginning. And line D, full occlusion open. This graphic, we see the forces of occlusion. The first graphic, we see good occlusion with the good forces. In the second, we see weak forces. This important is the center of the occlusion. This is the center of the occlusion. We see this center goes falling, and this is not correct. We see the every occlusion. Posturology students, this means it's neuromusculoskeletal system keeping our bodies upright. This patient is not correct because the lower jaw is its back. Green line, we see correct position of the body, but the patient is not correct. The next patient is too not correctly because the mandibula is very big than maxilla. The occlusion is not correct because the center is falling back or falling down. This mean is not correctly. The posturology is very important to position of the body. This is the correct position of the occlusion. When the patient is correct occlusion, he have a good position. When is not correct the bite, the position of the patient is not correctly, and they have a problem with the body. Classification of dental appliances is very big, but now I present you a little. We have therapeutic and functional appliances. We have retention appliances. We have another appliances which in single jam or a double jam. It depends of treatment. Now we look at different appliances when we use in the orthodontics. The first is braces. It's appliances removable, and aligners. They have which different materials. Frequency in the using of the prices. This is properties, biomechanics, elastics, and wears. It's different of the different places. I think the aligners, it's most famous. Another things in the it's ligatures, cannules, rings, and wires we used in orthodontics. They are different materials and different prices. The properties, it depends of the treatment. Metal use comes down to steels and titaniums always, but plastic products are included after a specialty because of their complete price, speed, or preparation of the flexibility various patients need. Student occlusion, studying occlusion with digital technology is perspective method that inside aggressive diagnostics. Most important, every material reflect on the every body, every dysfunction or clinically manufactured TMJ can be caused by a problem, every other organ. Manual pretreatment may recite clinical manufacture and make for the inclusive medical treatment. The comparative analysis of the materials and technology used in orthodontic appliance are accessory should that the plastic used in the orthodontics appliance and aligners are the most approved of the interdisciplinary site and technology digitalization with advice leave technology utilization. This approach would flexibility, quality, and personalization in the patient treatment. Thank you for attention.
Thank you very much to Veselina Dukova. She is a doctoral student in Mechanical and Manufacturing Engineering faculty. Thank you very much. Next presenter will be Anna Todorova with scientific advisor Miroslava Boneva, e-commerce in a state of emergency 1 year later. Here you are.
Good day. The report study of e-commerce in a state of emergency 1 year later is a continuation of a paper presented by me and Dr. Miroslava Boneva at the same scientific forum held in 2020. The aim is to discuss the development of e-commerce in Bulgaria during the emergency epidemic situation by stating the following research tasks: to study the changes in e-commerce that occurred in the period April 2020 to April 2021, to conduct a survey aimed at representatives of different sectors, and to formulate proposals for potential business development. Undoubtedly, the pandemic has accelerated the digital transformation of business, and it seems that 2020 will be remembered as a turning point in the development of e-commerce. Studies show that in terms of digital perception by consumers and business, the world has evolved by more than 5 years in just 2 months. In study by Nielsen Bulgaria, 17% of respondents said that they shop electronically more than before the pandemic, which actually proves that online shopping is becoming increasingly popular among active Bulgarians. This survey is aimed to be representatives of various business sectors in Bulgaria and cover the period April 27 to May 5th, 2021. Nearly 70% of respondents this year are representatives of the trade sector, followed by manufacturing, hotels and restaurants, agriculture, and others. The purpose of the study is to analyze how the state of emergency affects the business in order to establish whether online sales were made before and after the introduction of state of emergency, what changes are observed, and are they comparable in e-commerce and traditional business, and what changes have occurred in the results of the 2 surveys conducted in 2020 and 2021. The object of the study are Bulgarian enterprises, regardless of the sector of economic activity. The total population is 38,238 enterprises, and the minimum sample size is 381. A total of 391 respondents involved in the survey. The thesis of the study is formulated that despite the restrictive measures, companies selling online had relative stability in the past year. The first hypothesis has been raised that more businesses have included e-commerce in their business models, and the second hypothesis has been put forward that companies that refuse to digitalize their business operations suffer more negative after effects. 56% of respondents indicate that they did, and 44% that they didn't make online sales before the introduction of state of emergency. The persistence increased to 91% for first and decreased to 9% for seconds after March 13. The results show a significant growth of 35% in businesses that have adapted to online commerce, which actually proves the first hypothesis of the study, that more companies have included e-commerce in their business models. 52% of those surveyed indicate an increase in revenue, 24% retention, 16% decrease, and 8% didn't indicate an answer. The positive trend towards an increase with over 20% confirms that e-business not only demonstrates sustainability, but is also a condition for generating profit despite the aggravated economic environment in Bulgaria and around the world. With more than one answer, almost 100% of respondents said that they clients from Bulgaria, 23% in European Union European Union countries, and 4% in non-EU countries. The contraction of sales in countries outside European Union is particularly sensitive. This means that it still doesn't develop and doesn't use the full potential and opportunities of digitalization and globalization. The difference between indicators from 2020 and 2021 for organizations performing at not performing online activities after March 13 is visual presented on figure 6A and figure 6B. The persistence and even increase of adverse effects on business units without online activities prove the second hypothesis of the study, namely that companies that refuse to digitalize their business operations suffer more negative after effects. As best-selling on the both surveys, the goods from fashion sector stand out, 18%. The newly obtained results don't show a significant changes in customers' preferences over the past year. Part of the condition for growth is retailers to ensure maximum access to more buyers through overseas sales, flexible logistics solutions, and ERP systems, expanding the territorial scope, innovations such as virtual reality and artificial intelligence. The pandemic focuses on two very important issues that are also reflected in e-commerce, social exclusion and the environment. The first implies more personalized and emotional interactions with clients, and the second requires digital enterprises to implement and comply the environmental practices and standards in their activities. In conclusion, it has been established that over the past year, many companies have managed to digitalize their activities. Respondents are more optimistic about their future and income, with a significant growth of those who see new opportunities in crisis. The percentage of online businesses has also increased by 35%. It has been analyzed that organizations that carry out online activities tolerate the stress and negatives by blocking the economy more easily, and even have boosted an increase in revenue. In the past survey, 31% of respondents said that they report similar growth, with their share growing to 52% in 2021. Unfortunately, conservatism remains about in terms of sales and coverage the customers outside Bulgaria. It is justified that the potential business growth requires a rapid adaptation to change, and guidelines are proposed, including expanding the territorial scope, flexible logistic solutions, ERP system innovations, and social and environmental responsibility. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much to Anna Todorova. She is representative. Thank you. Anna Todorova is representative of Faculty of Business and Management. Next presenters will be two presenters, students Nina Velikova and Antoni Mikhailov. They will present the impact of functional kinesiotherapy on subsequent complication of chronic cardiovascular disease in the elderly.
The impact of functional kinesiotherapy of subsequent complication of chronic cardiovascular disease in the elderly. Authors Антон Пламенов Михайлов, Нина Светланова Великова, Scientific Advisor, Associate Professional Evelina Stefanova.
Cardiovascular disease is the leading cause of death in Europe's population. Half of all deaths, causing the deaths of more than 4 million people in the 52 member states in the European region of the World Health Organization. These diseases are the cause of death in over 66% of Bulgarians. CVD are another major factor for the disability of the population and reducing the quality of life. Heart failure, also called congestive heart failure, is a clinical syndrome of impaired pumping function of the heart. The latter is unable to eject the amount of blood needed to provide the metabolic demands of body tissues. Besides the pumping work of the heart is mainly done by the ventricular musculature. Heart failure is usually due to impaired function of one or both heart chambers. A large number of diseases of the heart and blood vessels often increase the risk of heart failure. Risk factors: high cholesterol, high blood pressures, excessive alcohol use, smoking, overweight, mental overstrain, hypodynamia, also family history, gender, and age. Classification of NUHA. Stage 1, there is no limit to physical activity during normal daily activity. Stage 2, mild limitation of physical activity, no complaints at rest, but normal physical activity leads to the appearance of fatigue, palpitations, or shortness of breath. Stage 3, no complaints at rest, but less than usual physical effort leads to the onset of subjective complaints. Stage 4, inability to perform any physical action without the onset of discomfort, even at rest, increasing with each physical effort.
Goal of the research. The goal of this work is to structure and appropriate in-home condition and kinesiotherapeutic program for elderly patients with cardiovascular disease in chronic stage, aimed at their functional improvement, promoting their autonomy in daily life and improving their quality of life. Clinical case presentation, patient identification, name VP years 84, diagnosis chronic heart failure, ischemic stroke in the vestibular vestibular system, generalized spondyloarthrosis. Functional test, orthostatic test, Bartel test, chest circumference measurement, measurement of spinal mobility, Tom Meyer, lateral inclination, hot test, shoulder test, examination. Visual analog scanner. Kinesiotherapy goal. Kinesiotherapy aims to overcome hypokinesia and subsequent complications to reduce risk factor and help to restore normal activity. Kinesiotherapy is performed careful and the slow pace and the duration of the procedure should not exceed 20 minutes, 25 minutes. What is special about people with heart disease is that it works from the distal parts of the limbs to proximal parts. The procedure is full of break. The route is from mild to moderate without causing pain or fatigue in the patient. The occipital hemisphere position is most suitable for elderly people with vascular disease because it burdens the heart.
In the first picture, you see a pain-inhibiting lumbar position. On the second, walking training. And the last photo, muscle arm pump exercise. Indication: the patient's physical capabilities, cardiovascular risk profile, comorbidities, and neuropsychological stress, and always taken into account. It is necessary to monitor vital signs during tearing, as people with cardiovascular disease can very quickly reach to the limit of their physical abilities. Signs of overload are sweating, weakness, heart pain, arrhythmia, shortness of breath, and increased cyanosis. Sometimes there is whitening of the nose, mouth, triangle. These symptoms are criterion for stopping any exercising. This therapy should be an integral part of the patient's daily life. Throughout the period, regular monitoring by specialists, corrections, and adaptations of the procedures are required. Contraindications: acute heart failure, presence of inflammatory process, pulse over 110 beats a minute at rest, respiratory rate above 30 beats a minute at rest, deep venous thrombosis, high fever, anaerobic exercises, fast pace and intense rate, as well as pain while performing the exercise and avoiding fatigue.
Conclusion. The accurate functional kinesiotherapy shows an improvement in the general condition of the patient, the work of the cardiovascular respiratory system and musculoskeletal system, carrying out a properly structured complex rehabilitation program in patients with cardiovascular disease, which are not contraindication, and periodic monitoring of the results, improvement their independence in everyday life and their quality of life. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Nina Velikova and Antoni Mikhailov, students from Faculty of Public and Healthcare. Thank you. Next presenter will be Elica Ivanova. She will present paper, techniques and approaches to overcome the injections-related fear. Okay, here you are. You can start.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Elica. I'm doing my bachelor degree in midwifery. Today, I'll focus. Welcome to my presentation about techniques and approaches to overcome the injections-related fear. Today, I'll focus on the fear that develops into phobia. Why I choose this topic? I am not afraid of injections. I don't have phobia until now. But while I was collecting my materials, while I was doing my researches, an unpleasant, stressful accident happened in my family, and my mother, as a consequence, shows severe fear from some routine and everyday situations. So now I'm personally involved. $16 billion muscular injections annually, according to the World Health Organization. So this is my first point of view. The injection is the most routine procedure, but painful. Most routine, most common medical procedure. In the medical literature, the fear from needles is referred to ballonophobia, aechmophobia, but the most correct is trypanophobia. This is the exact term of fear of injections. Also, it could be defined as BII phobia, blood injection injury, according to the Encyclopedia of Phobias, Fears, and Anxieties. I would like, moving on, I would like to point some important periods in woman's life during pregnancy and childbirth, when the woman may show tendency from may show tendency and maybe really experience a fear that would develop into phobia. And the result, as a consequence, the result is escape. The result is avoidance of some really routine procedures, of some preventive measures, or avoidance of necessary blood tests, avoidance even of hospital appointments, and the consequences is not so good medical care, is a consistent as a consistency is not so good health care for the patients. So it's an obstacle. It's a routine procedure, as I said before, but at the same time is painful. What are the symptoms of trypanophobia? Sweating, tremor, dizziness, high blood pressure, and others. I would like, moving on, to make an overview to some of the techniques to overcome the injection-related fears. Let me start with the positive cryotherapy, the positive effects of cryotherapy. This is application of some coat for some seconds on the place where the injection would be inserted. Next technique that I found is John Helfer found it in 1996. John Helfer tried to find a way to reduce the pain intensity by tapping the skin. To cut a long story short, when the muscle is relaxed, there is no pain while the needle is inserted. For me, the next technique is the more interesting. The skin and the subcutaneous tissue are pulled away before the insertion of the needle, and this is the way why the drug medication is only in the muscle. When we return in the normal position, the skin and the subcutaneous tissue, as you can see on the screen, it resembles letter Z. That's why it's called Z-drug technique. Of course, there is some other techniques, such as breathing technique. It's proved that 6 or 8 deep breaths are recommended for stress control. There is cognitive technique. When in front of you, they present what is going to happen, how they will insert the needle in your skin. On the opposite side is the attention distraction technique, using music videos and some mobile applications. Fear and phobia are motivation for some inventions to develop a needle-free injector. This is called jet injector. But when in this way we don't have the needle, we need the drug to be inserted with really, really high pressure and through very strong and high pressure. And some of the brands are producing at the moment this kind of needle-free injector, but it's fair to say that it is really too expensive. Moving on, I would like to overview the approaches to overcome the injection-related fear. Yes, the midwife profession is a communicative profession. Also, emotional intelligence is very important, and the soft skills. The so-called soft skills are empathy, work ethic, hearing, and staying sensitive in contact with patients. Our author study, the aim of our author study was to point out the causes of fear, the reasons for fear, and also to find out the approaches to relieve the anxiety, the fear, and phobias. It was conducted in Canев Hospital. The respondent group was of 20 pregnant women. And on the question, why are you afraid of injections? 75% of them gave positive answer, negative answer gave 10% of them, and the rest are not sure. What are the reasons for injection-related fear? According to the responders, these are pain, discomfort, stress, anxiety, also numerous injections in the past, too many injections in the past, unpleasant childhood memory, and the rest of is unclear reasons. In conclusion, the needle-related fear and the associated pain leads to avoidance. It leads to escape. And as a consequence, the patients didn't receive enough good medical care. There are no definite conclusions that there is a technique or an approach that is highly significant and in reducing injections-related fear, anxious, and phobias. Providing pain relief is considered fundamental rescue of human rights. To stress its importance, pain is referred as the fifth vital sign. That's why pain is the central concept in the art of nursing and midwifery, not only to relieve pain, discomfort, stress, and anxiety, but to improve quality of life. Thank you for listening. I would like to thank to Mrs. Christova for helping me collect my information and my research. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Thank you to Elica Ivanova. She is a student from the Faculty of Public and Healthcare with Scientific Advisor. Thank you very much. Next presenter will be Mariela Velikova. She will present grounds for resumption of proceedings for issuance of administrative acts according to the Code of Administrative Procedure. You have the rights.
Dear colleagues, it's an honor and a delight to be invited to attend this event. The present report aims to make a summary analysis of the grounds for resumption of proceedings for issuance of administrative acts according to the Code of Administrative Procedure, which was finally prepared and adopted in 2006. It should be noted that as a result of that adoption, the codification and improvement of the administrative process in Bulgaria was largely completed. So what is the main that we should know about the research institute? It is established in Chapter 7 of the Code of Administrative Procedure. It has its own appearance and place in the general system of the administrative extraordinary methods of control. It is a strictly formal procedure as the code confirms exhaustively the condition under which the reconsideration of the effective administrative acts will be permitted due to the nature of the reopening proceeding as an extraordinary remedy which directly affects the stability of the issued acts. In other words, we may say that it's a kind of sequel of the administrative proceedings, rewriting substantive issues that were the main matter of the proceedings and were already resolved by the issued administrative act. In this sense, the resumption of proceedings is overcoming the so-called formal legal force of administrative acts in order to ensure that people who are affected by the action and decision of the public bodies are treated properly and fairly and are able to protect their rights. The scope of this institute of renewal is limited both in terms of the possible range of administrative acts and in terms of their legality and correctness. The procedure is exclusively regulated by the norms from Article 99 to Article 106 from the Code. A subject to this control method can be any effective individual or general administrative act which has not been contested before. Due to the need of legal stability in the public relations, the resumption of proceedings cannot take place indefinitely in time, but only in preclusive terms and under the radically formulated grounds of renewal. It is inadmissible to annul an effective administrative act on grounds other than those indicated in Article 99 of the Code. According to the provision of it, any effective individual or general administrative act which has not been contested before the court may be revoked or modified by the immediately superior administrative authority, and if the act was not subject to administrative contestation by the authority which issued the said act. So we have here 7 grounds that are listed in the provision of this article. The first of them is where some of the requirements for the legal conformity of the state act has been materially breached. Second, upon discovery of any new circumstances or new written evidence of material relevance to the issuance of the act, which could not have been known to the party to the administrative proceedings when the administrative authority addressed the matter. The third one is upon asserment according to duly established judicial procedure of a criminal act committed by the party, by the representative thereof, or by the administrative authority where a single person or of a member of the composition thereof were collective, which had an impact on the addressing of the subject matter of the administrative proceedings. If the administrative act is based on a document which has been pronounced forged according to the duly established judicial procedure, or on an act of a court or another institution of state which has subsequently revoked. If the identical administrative authority has issued another effective administrative act on the identical matter and on identical grounds in respect of the identical persons which is in conflict with the administrative act concerned. And the last two, if consequent to the breach of the administrative procedure rules, the party was deprived of the possibility to participate in the administrative proceedings or was not duly represented, as well as where the party was unable to participate in person or through an authorized representative by reason of an obstacle that the party cannot remove. And the last one, if the European Court of Human Rights has found by judgment any violation of the Convention for the Protection of Human Rights and Fundamental Freedoms. The listed grounds have significance with providing an appropriate set of administrative remedies which is offered as the most effective way to ensure the integrity of the administrative process, the strict observance of the principles of legality, and the expeditious recovery of lawful complaints. Only when they are present, the authority is able to revise, revoke, or amend the effective administrative act in one already completed and finished administrative proceedings. And For conclusion, there is the aim of this extraordinary method, which is not only to modify or revoke the issued vicious administrative act, but also to annul the pro-vicious proceedings on the basis of which the contested act was issued. As a further matter, it seeks to initiate brand new proceedings within which a defect-free act will be issued in order to guarantee the principles of legality and the rights of the concerned parties. Thank you for the patience.
Thank you very much to Mariela Velikova. Mariela is a doctoral student, the Faculty of Law. Okay, our next presenters will be Martin Jurov with scientific advisor Galina Atanasova. He will present applications and benefits of using kiosk and integrated kiosk software in education sphere. You have, right? Yes.
Good day to everyone. My name is Martin Jurov and I'm a second-year student of the Faculty of Natural Sciences and Education, majoring in software engineering. Today I will present you my article on the topic applications and benefits of using kiosks and integrated kiosk software in education sphere. I hope you all enjoy. What is a kiosk terminal? The kiosk terminal is a computer like any other, and as such it can be used with a large variety of peripheral devices, such as keyboards, pointers, touchscreens, speakers, printers, and so on. The kiosk terminal is an information-giving device, and as such a key component to its work is to be connected to the internet. The kiosk terminal is a computer and can be tweaked in such ways that suit the sphere in which it will be used. It can deliver different information in a variety of forms. This means it can run a local or web apps on top of a variety of operating systems. Kiosks are not new technology, quite the opposite. They appear in USA in the 70s, and since then their influence is in every sphere of our lives, and you can see it on the slide. The available old system. Young and educated people are the greatest resource of all modern country, so priority number one for every school and university should be a constant update of teaching plans and material base to keep their students busy and interested. Almost 14 years ago, a large number of kiosk terminals were installed on the territory of the University of RUSE, and they were a great innovation for the education, wonderful addition to the material base of the university, and also a great help for students, teachers, and administration. The running system was great, helpful, and very useful, but in the coming years, things changed. The lack of software updates, application updates, the dying technology that the system was written on created a prerequisite for a huge system instability, operating system crashes, security issues, unpleasant user interface and experience. After realizing this, after realizing that the system has stopped working properly and performing its core functionalities, I was determined to build a whole new system from the ground zero. Stages in building the new system. The first stage was analyzing the available hardware: motherboard, CPUs, RAM, HDD or SSD, LAN card, touchscreen. I had to go to every kiosk and manually check all the available hardware in order to analyze it and see the resources that every device possesses. Operating system selection. It was based on the above analysis. The gathered data about the available hardware resource was not very pleasant. The hardware was not in its best shape, so I had to work with what I had. The candidates for operating systems were two Linux distributions like Ubuntu and Ubuntu Mate. I chose Ubuntu Mate because of its GNOME GUI shell that has touchscreen support, which is a key functionality for the kiosk. Its low-level hardware resource consumption made it great for the purpose. The third stage, the search for suitable drivers for touchscreen matrices. Ubuntu Mate as a Linux distribution comes with a pack of suitable drivers for the system devices and peripherals. However, some of the touchscreen matrices were not correctly detected, thus rendering the kiosks inoperable. So I had to manually search and deploy the correct drivers, which wasn't an easy task at all. Fourth stage was setting up the network card to perform so-called PXC boot or LAN boot. There lies the biggest issue of the old system, and I'm talking about easy software scalability and updates to the operating system, as well as the new web app itself. I found a solution in technology named pre-execution boot. All kiosk terminals are linked in a single local area network, which makes them talking to all of them at once easy. PXC technology allows for devices connected in a network to be booted by a single centralized operating system image positioned on a server. This makes updates very easy and light because the change is made on one location, and one reboot later, all the devices on the network get the update. Thus, labor work is eliminated, as well as the presence of an onboard memory device such as HDD or SSD. The fifth stage was the choice of method for delivering the application. I chose again a web application like the old app, but I chose Google Chrome for web browser. It is very well written, stable, proven in time web browser, working with a robust, stable V8 web rendering engine. And the setup was very easy. It offers a wide range of browser extensions and provides so-called kiosk mode, which is a key for the work of the kiosk device. The sixth and the most important stage was building a web application from scratch. And more about the web application, I built it using HTML, CSS with SAS precompilator, JavaScript using jQuery library, Ajax and JSON for transferring data. I used also PHP for server-side language, procedural and object-oriented. The app contains a home page, which is the main application menu. It contains also a view page that takes different forms, in which users can see things such as map of the university campus, different schedules, the website of the university, and so on. The web app also contains an administrative panel, which can be accessed with a page that is not accessible from the client side, so the security issues are solved. The admin panel itself has several layers of access, and the content management system gives you an ability to control every visual aspect of the main app, such as headers, menus, items, background logos, and others. Analysis of the new system, clear stability issues when working with the system. There's no more unexpected crashes, facilitated and centralized maintenance, 100% improvement in the user interface and user experience when working with the device, easy to manage and update, flexible and easy to edit. It has several layers of access and is quick and easy editing for each component of the client side. Achieved results and plan for future improvement. I got good feedback on the new system from colleagues and teachers, lots of good ideas for future improvement. Students, teachers, and university staff use the new app with improved interest, good adaptation for the new user interface, 100% improvement in the user experience, and no more unexpected interruptions when using the kiosk devices. And recently I started working on the new and improved infrastructure of the web app, which is based on WebSockets, which will allow a full duplex real-time communication between the devices and the content management system. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Martin Jurov is a student of Faculty of Natural Sciences and Education. Thank you. Next presenter will be online, Angel Ivanov, with scientific advisor Petya Angelova, non-specific psychological diseases in rapeseed. will give you, right?
So hello everyone, I am Angel Ivanov from the Department of Agricultural Studies. Today we're going to talk about the non-specific physiological diseases in rapeseed, or also known as oilseed rape. So rapeseed, or also known as Brassica napus, this is the Latin name, is an herbaceous annual or biannual member of the family Brassicaceae, primarily grown for the oil which can be extracted from its seeds. The rapeseed plant has several erect branched stems originating from a single base. The stems are purple in color towards the base, and the leaves of the plant are bluish-green and mostly smooth. The basal leaves are stalked, whereas the highest leaves grow straight off the stem. The plant produces pale to bright yellow flowers, which you can see here as well as here. So they are from 11 to 15 millimeters in diameter, and after pollination, the plant develops pods containing a single row of seeds. Each pod can contain from 20 to 40 dark brown to black seeds. You're going to see them next. The rapeseed plant can reach from 1 to 2.5 meters and is grown as an annual, harvested after one growing season. The rapeseed may also be referred to as colza, oilseed rape, canola, swede rape, or fodder rape, and is believed to originate from the Mediterranean. And so you can see the flower close up and the seed pods here. The seeds of the plant are used to extract rapeseed oil, which can be used as a cooking oil or in the production of margarine. Some recently developed cultivars have a high uric acid content, which is extracted from the production of industrial oil. Rapeseed is also grown as a fodder for livestock. And so about the basic requirements, the rapeseed is adapted to grow in cool, moist climates, requiring a temperature of range from 2 to 10 degrees Celsius, although temperature's closer is to 10 degrees. Promote the most rapid growth of the plant. As a result, rapeseed is grown as a cool season crop in subtropical regions and a winter crop in more temperature areas. Rapeseed can be grown on a variety of soil types, but like the medium textured, well-draining soils work best. Rapeseed should be grown in soil which with the pH varying from 5.5 to 8.3. Rapeseed should not be grown in soil in which other brassicas have been grown within the past from 3 to 4 years. And the rapeseed is almost always propagated from seed, which is sown in prepared fields by drilling in rows. And the seeds are sown shallowly, as the seeds are very small, and seeds should sown at a depth from 2 to 3 centimeters. And here is about the diseases. So the spring crops of rapeseed should be drilled in rows from 18 to 23 centimeters apart, whereas winter crops require more space and should be drilled in rows approximately 40 centimeters apart. The general care and maintenance, it's important to control weed growth in rapeseed fields, as they can have a significant impact on the growth and productivity of the crop. Good preparation of the seedbed helps to limit weed growth, and this is achieved by tilling the soil in the fall prior to planting, followed by shallow cultivation just prior to seeding. Rapeseed has a high nutrient requirement, and as a soil test should be carried out prior to planting in order to prevent nutrient deficiencies from occurring. The fertilizers are most successful applied to the side of the seed furrows to prevent damage to the plants. Nitrogen fertilizer should be applied at a basic of from 50 to 60 kilograms for spring planted rapeseed and to 70 kilograms per hectare for winter crops. The fertilizer is commonly applied at a time of sowing. In addition to nitrogen, rapeseed may also require the addition of phosphorus, potassium, sulfur, and magnesium to the soil. The rate of application of these nutrients should be determined by a soil test. And harvesting rapeseed is a fast ripening plant and is ready for harvest when the seeds have turned from green to black in color. Rapeseed is mechanically harvested by combine, and the soil moisture and temperature are the most important environmental factors controlling the stand establishment. Physical damage from wind, hail, and excess water can also be a concern from canola plants. At the early stages of development, understanding the impacts of these environmental effects can help prepare growers to make informed management decisions and set the crop up for success later in the growing season. So now some important tips for the management, like here, you can see that it's a bit yellowish, the leaf which is on this picture. And I'm gonna tell you some important tips for the best management not to have these diseases. The canola needs a moist seed bed with temperatures of 2 degrees Celsius or warmer of germination. Early seeding in late April or early May can provide yield benefits in spite of cooler temperatures. When the conditions are dry, direct seeding and low disturbance openers will conserve seed bed moisture and improve germination and emergence. And last but not least, consider the local frost risk when choosing a seeding date. So extreme variations of the dates of final spring frost and first fall frost may occur between the years. So yeah, these were the important tips. The early spring, here you can see in the early spring the canola plants, and the fall establishment, for example, in November. Now, effect of hot water on canola flowering and yield. Brassica napus is considered a cool season crop and as such can face considerable yield loss when hot water occurs during flowering. Hot days, for example, from 28 to 30 degrees Celsius and up, and the warm nights, maybe around 16 degrees, from bud to mid-flowering stages can have a significant effect on the canola yield. So the cool nights offer some recovery from hot days. Warm nights do not provide a recovery period, and more flowers are aborted, like they're dying and producing blanks along the stem, as you've seen it before. Even with a few days of heat, it can take a week for hormone balance and regular pod formation to return. And yeah, here you can see the effect of the weather. Most years, seeding early the canola flowers during cooler parts of the summer is an effective strategy for the higher yields. Recently, open flowers with shortened stems that don't protrude above the petals can be a sign of heat damage. You can see here the heat injury on the left is to the flowers. You can see that they're dried and they haven't sprouted still, and to the pods on the right you can see that they're a bit dryish. And yeah, just a couple words. Heat stress does not seem to affect flower production, but it can have a severe effect on the fertility of those flowers and subsequent pod and seed production. So thank you for your attention. If you have any questions, I'm open to them.
Thank you very much to Angel Ivanov. Angel Ivanov is student from Agrarian and Industrial Faculty. Thank you. And now he is in Spain, I think.
Yeah.
Yes, under Erasmus program. Okay, we wish you success.
Thank you.
Okay, next presenter will be Antonia Todorova and Reneta Zlateva. I think Reneta Zlateva is here. Okay. By the will of God, the power of the pre-Christian world view. Okay, you can start.
Good afternoon. I will present you our report named By the Will of God, the Power of the Pre-Christian Worldview. Religion is a basic supporting point in the moral and world perceptions of each society, regardless the epoch it lives in. We used to refer with pride to the historical sources, evidence describing the Bulgarians as brave, valiant, self-respecting, but these moral foundations are being affirmed and carried out in the time through the prism of the strong bond between the personality in the society of that time and God. Even nowadays, the personal failures, the family misfortunes, the social cataclysm are explained with the power of providence and its interference in the things and faiths of people. The religious views in the pre-Christian Bulgarian society are much more earnest, deeply preserved, and strictly adhered to. The members of the then society use time-test methods of regulation of the relation between each other. The presence of strict behavior norms and rules which are binding for each individual belonging to a certain clan, tribe of patriarchal community. The respect towards the elderly in the person of parents, relatives, and elder outlines a mandatory moral behavior. The existence of the patriarchal community, an extended family consisting of a few generations, represents mainly behavioral rules and generally accepted norms. Before conversion to Christianity, the Bulgarians strongly believes and strictly follows the God's signs. In the epoch of the early Middle Ages, people are convinced and they can predict the future and influence it. Look at the first slide. The graphical images in Madara and Pliska from the period 8th, 9th century preceding shamanic rituals give us information about the religious practice of the Bulgarian in the pre-Christian epoch. Having the ability to communicate with invisible spirits, the shamans, and the connection between the two worlds, the visible and the invisible one. In the ruler's court, the magic action are carried out by the Buil Kolobar. The third in importance dignitary who observed the location and the change of the heavenly bodies in order to understand the God's will. The significance of the heavenly bodies for the pre-Christian Bulgarian is stated in Shestodnev by John the Exarch. Probably the 7 rays of the Pliska rosette also mark the belief of the old Bulgarians in the 7 heavenly bodies. You can see in left Probably the 7 rays of Pliska rosette also mark the belief of the old Bulgarians in the 7 heavenly bodies. This is gods, sun, moon, Jupiter, Mars, Mercury, Saturn, and Venus. Other historical evidence also supports this. The use of plural form when named gods in the work biography of the 50th Tiberius Martins. At the very moment that Bulgarians occupied the Balkan territory, they provide the unbreakable fighting spirit. A careful review of the evidence in the foreign historical sources which describe the Bulgarian warrior leads to conclusions which are neglected very often. The home epigraphic source gives us evidence of the significance of religion and belief in God's interference in the human deeds. Observing the moral duty and striving for moral existence, the Bulgarian ruler leaves the judgment of each division from the accepted behavior in the hands of God. Among all examples for this is the inscription of Umurtak, which says, if the emperor forgets the oaths, may God gives him. You can see here epigraphic monument from Philippi by Can Presian. Whoever may search for the truth, God sees, and whoever lies, God sees. Many findings contain the site Epsilon. Here you are. Probably, if we accept the already imposed opinion that the symbol was apotropic, protective significance, then its image undoubtedly has the purpose to appease God. And the fundamental of this belief is the fear and the inner conviction of each sin is being punished from above. The lead seal dates in the 6th century that was fort is a great necropolis in the Middle Volga region, which contains the so-called Trangora site. This one gives opportunity for stating that there is great similarity than both Danube Bulgarians and Volga Bulgarians give meaning to the religion practice and the significance of God. The epigraphic monuments from the time of Presian support the opinion for the significant role of God and his interference in the life of the medieval pre-Christian Bulgarian. Our conclusions of all stated above, we can make the conclusion that the Bulgarians strongly believe in God, specifically in providence and in themselves as God's instrument. When there are disasters, they explain them with punishments from above, die to these not in compliance with God's rules. That is why they search for a way to get back God's grace. In the pagan period, when the first written laws are not yet created, man lives by whose norms that the community itself considers moral. Not many of the Bulgarians of that time would violate the established order. First of all, they would experience the injury of the entire family. The second of all, God sees, for sure. All this determines the expectational role of the religious providence views as a moral regulator of the human relationship in the pagan state period of the medieval Bulgarian history. The unbreakable tie between God and man is the one of the leading priorities of the Bulgarians. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Welcome to this presentation. They were representatives of Faculty of Natural Sciences and Education. Next presenter will be Darina Georgieva. She will present the paper Bulgarian Contribution for the Application of Medical Plans of Family Lineals and API, maybe this is something abbreviation, and their aromatic products in the food production and herbal teas. I will give you.
Hello to everyone, guests and participants. Thank you for your attention. I will present you my work, which is about the Bulgarian contribution for the application of medical plants of family Lamiaceae and Apiaceae and their aromatic products in the food products and herbal teas. The aim of this short review was to focus on the investigation of the Bulgarian scientific community on the medical plants of the family Lamiaceae, such as mint, basil, oregano, lemon balm, and etc., and the family Apiaceae, such as coriander, fennel, cumin, dill, and their aromatic products. The aromatic products, such as essential oils and extracts, have antimicrobial and antioxidant activities and are used as a potential additive in different food products and herbal teas. Bulgaria is a country with a diverse flora, including representatives of different families. The most widespread are the plants of families Lamiaceae and Apiaceae. Their most characteristic representatives are respectively mint, basil, lemon balm, oregano, thyme, savory, and etc., as well as coriander, cumin, anise, caraway, fennel, and others. All these plants contain various biologically active substances, carbohydrates, proteins, glyceride oils, mineral elements, vitamins, and more. Most of these substances are characterized by antimicrobial and antioxidant activity, which is why plants are used in food industry. These are some pictures of the representatives of the Lamiaceae family. Genus basil, sweet basil, is an industrial raw material for the country, and it is perceived by the local population, but different varieties are also selected. Bulgarian essential oil belongs to the type of sweet European oil with a high content of linalool, 50 to 70%, and the essential oil exhibit antimicrobial activity and is used in dairy products. Genus melissa, aromatic products, lemon balm, exhibit antioxidant activity and are used in beverages. Genus Mentha, there are 4 species that differ in morphological features and composition of the essential oil: spicy peppermint, mint, pennyroyal, this is a white species, and cornmint. Genus Oreganum, there are 2 types of oregano spread common and white, common and white, which the population uses as spice and for the preparation of healing and aromatic teas. Aromatic products exhibit antimicrobial and antioxidant activities and are used in dairy products. Genus Rosmarinus, rosemary is grown in different parts of the country. Aromatic products exhibit antioxidant properties and are used in meat products. Genus Saturea, there are 2 types of savory that are spread in Bulgaria. Genus Thymus, there are several species of thyme spread. There are selected different varieties that have different chemical composition of the essential oil. Aromatic products exhibit antimicrobial and antioxidant activity and are used in dairy products. These are the pictures of the representatives of the Apiaceae family. Genus Anetum, dill, is widespread through the country, but it's cultivated mainly in the northern and southern regions. The essential oil exhibits antimicrobial and antioxidant activity and is used in fish and dairy products. Genus Carum, caraway is cultivated in gardens and is found in the wild different parts of the country. The essential oil exhibits antimicrobial activity and is used in dairy products. Genus Coriandrum, a local population of coriander is grown in the country, mainly small-fruited and less large-fruited coriander. The essential oil being found to exhibit antimicrobial activity and is used in meat products and beverages. Genus Comminum, 3 varieties are common. The content of the various biologically active substances has been determined in fruits. Aromatic products exhibit antimicrobial and antioxidant activity and are used in meat products. Genus Feneculum, from the fennel, there are 2 varieties that can be found in Bulgaria. The essential oil exhibits antimicrobial activity and it all has been isolated from it for use in food products. Genus Pimpinella, anise, is cultivated in different parts of the country. Aromatic products exhibit antimicrobial and antioxidant activity and are used in chewy candies. And this was the last one of the representatives. The conclusion is as follows. The representatives of the family Islamiaceae and Apiaceae have been subject of scientific research by Bulgarian authors for over 50 years. They contain various biologically active substances, which is why they are used in various food products and aromatic teas. The various aromatic products obtained from them, essential oils and extracts, exhibit antimicrobial and antioxidant activity, which is why they are used in the recipes of dairy, meat, and confectionery products in various beverages. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much to Darina Georgieva. Darina Georgieva is a doctoral student from Razgrad branch. Next presenter will be Alexander Kolev, with scientific advisor Evgenia Guranova. He will present exploration of DC circuits in a virtual laboratory. Okay, you can start.
Okay, hi. I will be really quick. We all know that students learn best by watching and practicing. And although it's always best to touch, there are things that cannot be touched or even seen, like electricity, sound waves, or the objects of atomic and nuclear physics. In these cases, the virtual laboratories can be really useful. On the other hand, we all know what last year was like. All the education was online, so we needed the virtual laboratories even more. I have used three pretty similar layouts to demonstrate the basic rules and walls of DC circuits. The first one demonstrates open and closed circuits. Here, all the three of the layouts of the circuits are interactive. I can't show you here, but in this particular circuit, we can burn out the light bulbs, or to break them if you want to. And when we break one light bulb, it results in an open branch. For example, if we break R1, none of the other light bulbs will be lit. This way, the students can see and understand what are closed and open circuits. In the second circuit, we have switches. Here, added switches to control the current flow and to turn light bulbs on and off instead of breaking them or burning them out. Again, students can think about the similarities between this circuit and the previous one. We have voltmeters added too, and their readings here under the circuit. And the last circuit, it's an exercise. We have to determine the resistance of each of the light bulbs of each of the consumers. Again, we have two switches which we can use. We have the voltage of the power source. We have the current through the power source. It means the whole current in the circuit. And by opening and closing the switches and using a little Ohm's law, we can easily calculate the values of the resistance of the three consumers. These circuits are available online at the PhysLet Physics site. There you can find many more simulations, not only in electricity, but in many fields of physics. There are simulations in mechanics, in optics, in waves, and others. I hope you can see that the virtual labs can be really helpful for the students when learning physics or other natural sciences, of course. And thank you. Thank you for the attention.
Thank you very much. Alexander Kolev is representative of Silistra branch. Thank you. It was an interesting presentation. Next presenter and our last presenter for today will be Todor Todorov with scientific advisor Diana Железова with the paper Passive Voice in English and Bulgarian Language. Todor is online. Okay, please turn on your camera. Okay, and turn on your microphone. You will have rights just right now. Okay,
hello everyone. Hello everyone. My name is Todor Todorov, and I will present to you a comparative study of passive voice in English and Bulgarian language. So, American Psychological Association defines voice as a grammatical category which shows the relationships between the verb and the subject or the object. This is valid both for English and Bulgarian language. In Bulgarian, voice is called залог, and the passive form is called страдателен залог. Here we have the forms via we can create a passive construction. It should be noted that in Bulgarian we can have a verb in both aspects, finite or infinite. When to use it? In the diagram we see that when we use passive voice, the emphasis goes from the subject to the object. And these are the three main cases in which we use it. The first one, when we write reports of crimes or incidents with unknown perpetrators. The second case, scientific contexts. The third case, when you want to emphasize an action itself and the doer is not relevant. There are three examples given. I have underlined the most important parts where the passive construction is given. So the first case, scientific contexts. I will read the text in the left section. The smallpox had caused thousands of people's deaths and suffering. We see that here the verbal tense is past perfect, but when we transfer the semantic information into Bulgarian, we ought to use минало неопределено, and that shows us that there is no one-to-one correlation between the different usages of passive forms. The second case, when we write reports of crimes, the text in the left is a report from a policeman. I will write only the last sentence. The hostage was kept on the second floor. Why the policeman used this form? Because he gives the significance to the logical object of the sentence, and this requires using a passive form. If he, for example, wanted to make the perpetrator of the action, the thief or the abductor in this case, if he was exceedingly dangerous, the policeman could have used active to put the emphasis on the abductor rather than the victim of the crime. And the third case, when we want to stress the action itself. Here is another case of police crime. A person walks to an officer and screams to him, "Officer, my car was stolen, my car was stolen." A person with blue jeans, and he proceeds to describe the thief. The important part here is that the person speaking puts the item which he thinks is the most important part of the situation, his car, at the first place of the sentence. Then he proceeds to put the actual activity, the stolen item, the activity of theft, and only then he mentions the person and describes him with blue jeans and dark green hoodie. That shows us the person speaking use different forms, active or passive, according to his psychological state. A creative way to use passive voice is when politicians, for example, instead of saying "we made mistakes" or "I made mistakes," they put out the blame from their name or their parties with using the expression "mistakes were made." Някои грешки бяха направени. Here we see an example sentence in different verbal tenses in both English and Bulgarian. And what is the difference? In English, part participle, which approximately can correspond to страдателно причастие in Bulgarian, remains the same no matter in what tense we use it, whereas the verbs in Bulgarian change their aspect. They can be either finite or infinite, или на български в свършен или несвършен вид. How do we form questions in passive voice? The first example, in active, I am writing an email now, transforms to an email is being written now, and the question is an email being written now? When we want to transmit the same information from English to Bulgarian or the other way around, in English, this construction, which is painted in red, is called personal passive. Whereas in Bulgarian, we don't have the same thing, but we use something which is very close to it. It is called сложна глаголна форма с преходен деятелен глагол. And if we know these rules, we can then proceed to just inverse the elements of the sentence. We change the syntax, and the English question is given here. For example, in Bulgarian, we just need to add the morpheme li, and the question is finished. At last, what are the conclusions? Active voice brings expressiveness and emotional coloring to our speech, and it better describes the verb subject. While passive voice sounds more academical and it brings diversity in speech, better describes the action or the object. Sometimes active voice can sound too personal, and it is not good for formal situations, while passive voice can sound natural. What are the opportunities that active voice gives us? It is good for using in fictional literature or in a motivational letter, whereas passive voice is good for scientific reports or testimonies. And what we should be careful about with active voice, speech can become too one-sided or monotonous, and with passive, it is easy to make a mistake with the verb construction. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much to Todor Todorov. This was our last presenter. I would like to thank very much to all the presenters here in Hall 1 in Canef Center, and also to all presenters in our virtual room. I would like to invite all the participants who are here on our main stage, where at 4 p.m. they will be officially awarded with Best Paper Crystal Prize. Thank you to all guests also in our virtual room.
да научим кои ще бъдат наградените за най-добър научен доклад Best Paper Crystal Prize 2021. Наградите ще дава доцент Галина Иванова.
Здравейте! Току-що приключи студентската научна сесия, на която се представиха най-добрите доклади от всички факултети и филиали в Русенския университет. Бих искала най-официално да връчим кристалните призове и сертификатите на тези, които са тук. Част от нашите докладчици бяха онлайн. Първият, който бих искала да извикам, е Мартин Джуров. Мартин, заповядай. Снимката. Така, ето кристалния приз. Честито, честито. Честито. Ще помоля всички участници да останат на сцената. Благодаря. Следващият участник, надявам се, че е тук, е Елица Иванова. Елица. Може би нещо е възпрепятствано. Благодаря. Ангел Поп Георгиев, заповядайте. Поздравления. Заповядайте, Ангел. Обърнете се към камерата. Честито, заповядайте, останете на сцената. Следващият награден доклад Ивайло Борисов. Поздравления! Заповядайте. Кристалния приз. Да се обърнем към камерата. Поздравления! Заповядайте тук, останалите участници. Следващият награден доклад Нина Великова, Антони Михайлов. Имаме двама представители, които презентираха доклада. Заповядайте. Заповядайте. Честито, поздравления. Колегата, заповядайте. Честито. Ето за вас кристалния приз. Заповядайте. За снимка ще помоля. Се обърнем. Заповядайте. Следващият награден доклад Мариела Великова. Честито, поздравления. Само една. Секунда. Заповядайте, само за снимка да се обърнем. Честито. Да, благодаря. Елица Иванова е тук. Заповядайте. Поздравления. Следващия награден доклад. Това е кристалния приз. Заповядайте. Ще ви помоля да... Честито. Заповядайте. Останете на сцената. Следващия награден доклад. Александър Колев. Честито, поздравления. Само секунда да ви... Заповядайте. Само да се обърне за снимката. Поздравления. Заповядайте. Честито. Следващият награден доклад Ана Тодорова. Поздравления. Честито. Само наградата. Кристалния приз. Заповядайте. Поздравления. Следващият награден доклад Антония Тодорова. Ренета Златева. Честито, поздравления. Само да... Заповядайте, обърнете се. Честито. Честито, заповядайте. Следващият награден доклад Лора Петкова. Поздравления, честито. Секунда, кристалния приз. Заповядайте, кристалния приз. Само да се обърнем за снимката. Заповядайте на сцената. Мисля, че всички участници, които бяха тук, са вече наградени. Само набързо ще спомена и останалите, които бяха в виртуалната стая. Тодор. Благодаря на всички, които присъстваха днес тук в зала 1 на Канев център. Останалите презентиращи бяха в виртуалната стая. Тодор Тодоров е удостоен с наградата Кристален приз. Дима Спасова, тя беше тук, се наложи да излезе. Веселина Дугова. Красен Кънчев. Честито на всички наградени. Ще помоля за една обща снимка да си направим. Може би да застана ето тук. Честито, благодаря на всички участници.
А сега следва да изиграем нашата томбола и ще поканя на сцената Йована Иванова от 4-ти клас на СОУ за европейски езици Свети Константин Кирил Философ, която ще бъде моята помощничка. Тя е най-малкият участник в експото. И сега обявявам кой е победителят от нашата томбола. И това е щанд номер 20. Аграрно-индустриален факултет, специалност растениевъдство. Честито! Припомням, че наградата от томболата е лаптоп последно поколение. Компютър. Заповядайте на сцената, за да получите своята награда. Отново честито на победителите, а сега закриваме 23-те пролетни празници в Русенския университет. Ще се видим до година, пожелавам на всички успехи, бъдете здрави!